Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay, today we are going to be giving you a look at Dune Awakening. Now, I need to quickly go over something because this is strictly speaking a video format that I used to do that I'm now doing as a live stream. So the way this is going to work is that I'm going to quickly go over the game's multi-monitor support and its settings. We'll then cover the basic systems and mechanics of the game, and then we'll get into some gameplay. That will be the plan. I apologize if there's background noise. I'm hoping the noise suppression on OBS will cancel out the AC unit I have sitting behind me. But in order to give you the idea for the setting of this game, we're going to allow the intro cutscene to run. So let me get the game fired up so we can let that play. While I make sure that I have everything else set up correctly. Hopefully the game audio balance is good enough.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. But it was the Navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know. Let me describe the one you do not. In this other universe, my mother, Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl they named Ariste. Because of her obedience to the Bene Gesserit, Lady Jessica is trained as a truth-sayer. Because of that training, Lady Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because of the forewarning of his betrayal, House Atreides survived the Battle of Arrakeen. Because of their survival, the Emperor declared a full-scale war of assassins. Because of the war, the Sardaukar were deployed to ensure spice shipments continued without interruption. Because of the Sardaukar, the Fremen were eradicated. There was no Muad'Dib, no Lisan al-Gaib, no Kwisatz Haderach. I see a universe where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. All my visions lead to horror, except this one. This one leads to you.
So that's the conceit of the world we find ourselves in. It is not quite the world of Dune as the books tell it, because Paul Atreides was never born. So the Fremen are MIA. It's heavily implied they're not dead, but I've not found out whether or not that is the case yet. But yeah, so game has pretty good multi-monitor support. Most of the menus are centered. There is an option to allow you, if we can find it, I think it's the displays, there it is, ultra-wide support. This will basically lock the UI to the far extremes of the screen. I don't think it does it for this. It's just the HUD mostly. All of the UI is largely centered, but yeah, the HUD, this will allow you to lock it to the side if you are one of the people on a 21:9 aspect ratio monitor and prefer to have your UI at the side of the monitor. We have a 48:9 aspect ratio display. If we have it at the side, it is useless to us. In terms of general performance, I have FSR enabled just for the stream because we're double encoding, and this game, with the settings I have it on, is taxing to the point where I'm fairly sure if I didn't turn it on for the stream, it was going to cause issues. But with it off, I can get 60 to 75 frames per second at this resolution on my 7900 XTX, with medium shadows and pretty much everything else on high. So performance isn't great. They are probably leaning a little bit on this, but you're probably not going to need upscaling unless you're running a 4K display and don't have a top-of-the-line graphics card, because effectively I'm running equivalent of 3K displays. I did make mention that I hope the audio is fine. I've had an issue with this that I don't appear to be the only one, but it doesn't appear to be a universal issue, where the game audio is extremely quiet, even with it set to maximum. I'm bypassing this because I have Voice Meter Potato and a bunch of virtual audio cables. So I'm routing the game's audio through a virtual audio cable into Voice Meter Potato. That's then boosting it by 10 decibels and feeding it back through to you guys and me. If you don't have this kind of setup, then the game's audio might be a bit quiet for you. It's not really, really quiet. You can compensate by just raising the or turning up your speakers or whatnot else, but that obviously is going to make it out of balance with the rest of your systems, and if you're watching something in the background or anything along those lines. But otherwise, your settings are fairly standard. You have everything you would expect to have in here. Sensitivities. The sensitivity, it starts fairly low anyway. I've dropped it a little bit further just because I like it at that point. And there's a bunch of other things in here. Key bindings over here. Some accessibility stuff. Gamma's in here for some reason. It started at 2.2. But I've largely left it. I dropped it a little bit, but left it. Actually, yeah, no, this is just collating some of the features that are elsewhere. Font size is about the only actual accessibility feature, so that's not great. Okay, I'm going to quickly show you the process of creating a new character, just because while this game does have good multi-monitor support, I'm fairly sure that some of the cutscenes may not have the correct field of view. And the easiest way for me to show that is just going to be to create a new character. And hope that it does the same thing that it did to me. So this is a little beyond 21:9 aspect ratio. This is in-game rendered.
Show yourself, child.
This all looks fine, and then if it does it again, there it goes. I don't know why it does this, but the fact that it did this gives me indication that it's possible some cutscenes aren't being rendered at the right field of view for this aspect ratio, because this is obviously way too big. We can see underneath the floor. It should probably be somewhere closer to here. I won't go over the settings. There's a decent amount here, including some extra details if you need them. So character customization is fairly robust. Once you get past this part, she's going to ask you a bunch of questions about your character, which is going to define a couple of things that change some dialogue options and not much else. And they will ask you for effectively your starting... Class is the wrong word. I think it's referred to as class, but really what all it does is it gives you... It determines what... Is that reselected this one? There we go. It'll determine what skill tree you have access to by default. Everything else you have to unlock. But all the skill trees for all of the available starting classes are available. It's just you have to unlock them first in order to gain access to them. So we'll start with that when we get in game. Here we go. Nice and central UI. And nice appropriate field of view. Oh, we timed that nicely. That's just the refinery turning off. We grab that aluminium and put it away because we are going to need this. We're going to need so much of this. Plan is going to be later to get the stuff we need for a Ornithopter. Not that we have a place to park it here at the moment. But yeah, let's go over the skill trees first. So there's 5 different trees. The ones you'll have access to at the start of the game are Trooper, which is your basic like gun assault class. Your abilities include some gravity grenades. I think you also get a zip line. Yeah, it's this one here, which will allow you to pull yourself around, move around at speed. The other class, this is more precision shooting class. The Mentat. I've seen boosts in here to expose weaknesses, marksmans for headshots. Hunter-seeker drones is the main ability here, as well as the Sentinel, which is a little turret you can get. I've not found the unlocker for this one, so I don't have access to any of these. We have found the Trooper, I've just not got any skills for them. The class I started with is Bene Gesserit. You start with access to Compel, which will force an enemy to run towards you and temporarily stuns them for a short period of time. But you obviously have a few other trees in here. I am mostly favouring the use of this tree here to boost short blade damage. So I'm starting to synergize out with the final starting class, the Swordmaster. Bene Gesserit mostly uses daggers. Their boosts are for daggers, but you also get a lot of poison resistance. I'm effectively immune to poison so long as I have stamina to resist it. And these are all nice little abilities that allow you to disable your enemies temporarily. You can only equip 3 abilities at a time and 3 techniques at a time. Techniques are basically stuff that just runs in the background, so Metabolize Poison is one we've got here. Trauma Recovery, which is just boost to healing. That one I might end up swapping out for something else later. The other one I've got equipped at the minute is Manipulate Instability, but I'm not entirely sure how good this is doing me or if it's doing me any good. So we may swap these out, or some of these out, for some of the stuff in the Swordmaster's tree, which favors use of long swords, or long blades. And has a bunch of nice little techniques relative to using swords as your primary weapons. So this is strictly melee offensive, whereas Bene Gesserit is a combination of melee debuffs and buffs. So far I've not been able to find a loadout system, which I'm kind of disappointed about, because I would like to be able to just swap these out every now and again. We should also mention the final class is Planetologist. This isn't a combat class. You unlock this exclusively in-game. It has a traversal ability, but otherwise it's just improving stuff for things like mining resources, repairing your vehicles, and other useful bits and pieces for just exploration and acquiring of resources. But yeah, I've not found a loadout system, because I would like to be able to set loadouts for a specific build and be able to swap between them, rather than have to come in here and swap them out manually each time. Just seems a little weird that it doesn't. Anyway, this is a survival crafter, so we have 4 bars, not that most of them are currently being displayed. We have a stamina bar, which is the green one, which isn't going to start going down unless I grab myself onto a wall. So that's important for climbing and melee combat. Melee combat uses your stamina. Ranged combat does not. Obviously, we have a health bar there, but we've not taken any damage, so it's not showing. And the one underneath that is power, which is relative to our equipment, specifically the power pack, which text is cut off because it's on the other screen. And then on the left-hand side, the most important resource on a planet like Arrakis is your water. There's 2 bars there because I'm wearing a still suit. The one on the left is the catch pocket of the still suit. The one on the right is my actual thirst saturation. When you start out, collecting water and having enough water is going to be a problem. You're going to want to try to sort that as soon as possible. But once you've got a still suit and something to contain water, access to the earlier version of the blood purifier and an exsanguinator, like this little dinghy here, then you'll find that water stops becoming a problem for you and starts becoming a problem for the fact that everything you need to craft once you get to iron takes water. Everything. So water becomes a resource that you need to manage heavily. Otherwise, all the other resources, we'll get to resources specifically later. Is there any other specific bits I need to go over? Shields we'll cover later. Tools and weapons, yeah. So when you start, if you take or use the advised stuff, it's going to, when you start playing, it'll ask you whether or not you want to lock the research tree behind basically the intro tutorial system. If you've not played this game before, it's probably worth doing because it's going to teach you all the core things you need to know in order to be able to actually survive, including how to avoid sandworms. But it will lock out the majority of the tree until you get to about iron, and then I think at that point everything unlocks. So yeah, the main things that you're going to start needing is blood purifier, basic exsanguination kit, which is just how to draw blood. Then you get your still suit, something to carry water. This is for the base. And then you get some base building stuff. You'll start with a fabricator. You'll craft everything through this until you get to iron. Once you get to, until you get to steel. Once you get to steel, you'll need to build specialized fabricators for everything. Anything else? It's the ore refinery. I don't think we need to go over that. Cut array, we'll see later. Advanced building construction kit is just a different skin for all the buildables. And the surveying kit will become important later. So yeah, standard survival crafter stuff. Now, this is roughly where we are. We've got this area down here, which is where you start. That's all copper. This is all iron. These areas here are all steel. We've pretty much, I managed to finish all of the available contracts for this area here. So we're now ready to go into the area that largely has aluminium. And we're going to need that because the plan for today's episode is to make an Ornithopter. I did already say that. I am repeating myself. So I think we will go from there and start working on things. So I need, in order to make my life easier, to start building a few things. So let me turn this on. And get this thing building me out. We need to research it first. There's a couple of bits of research we need. So you're going to want to upgrade as a priority whenever you get to a new tech tier and you're going to start mining the resources of that tech tier. You want to get a new cut array first and foremost, which you can find under this section here, construction. And once you have access to the buggy, which is the bigger vehicle, you'll want to upgrade your, where is it? Buggy cut array second. The buggy cut array is actually more efficient than the handheld one, but the buggy is a vehicle that you obviously have to drive around in, so you can only use it for materials that you can get the buggy to, and you can't get the buggy to everywhere. But let's get that thing crafting, and then we'll show you the vehicle system. I've already pre-prepared the resources I need for this. So this is a death still, and these are containers full of dead bodies. Don't mind those. As you go over power generation and like how, not necessarily how the base building works, dude over there's got a pretty decent base. We'll go by that one in a bit. So the way that base building and claiming works is you drop down. Do I have the constructor on me? I don't. I need to go pick that up from an inventory. I put it away. It's not in this one, it's down here. Okay. To create a new base, what you end up doing is you will drop down a sub-5 or sub-feet console, or when you have access to it, the advanced sub-feet console. This gives you a claimed buildable area. You can see there's 2 green outlines. Let me get rid of that. That area there, this nice big green one, which does have a height limit, is everywhere that I can build inside. I can expand this. I need to construct a couple of things first to do it, but you can expand it horizontally and vertically, and if you do, it will cost you more money to maintain. Let me go to the console, because I don't know whether or not it's going to tell me whether the storm is on its way yet. I don't know when the reset storm actually is. I've not quite been playing for a week yet. Okay, no storm on its way yet. So, the base shield here is important. It will stay active so long as you're... or so long as you have enough power to power everything in the base itself. At the minute, because I have a few extra things running, these ones down here, which are the starter power supplies, can't keep up with everything, so it's listing basic... Don't mind the sandworm part. Nice big sandworm fart over there. It's a spice bloom, but since spice is basically sandworm poop, a spice bloom has to be a sandworm fart. So yeah, your base needs power. If your base loses power, then when sandstorms hit, there are 2 types. There are ones that come fairly regularly, and there's a major one that comes, I don't know how often, but that one is tied in with basically the deep desert reset mechanic. So every period, I don't know how long that period is, all old abandoned bases basically get wiped off the map, and the deep desert gets reset entirely. Deep desert is endgame stuff. We're not going to see that today. But in order to make sure your base doesn't get destroyed, you need to make sure it has power enough to survive, and that you have paid your taxes. So far as I can tell, most power supplies will hold enough fuel for about 20 days. These ones down here should have somewhere around about that on 19 days worth. 21 days rather. And I think these ones will do the same, they're just not full at the minute. Yeah, that's probably about 21 days. The way taxes work is it depends upon how big your claimed area is, but the more claimed area you have, the more tax you are charged every month. Sorry, every week. Now, in theory, you can set up, or you can have everything set up so that your base will survive uninterrupted. Is there a sandstorm coming? Possibly. The music is indicating that thing's heading our way, but the game hasn't told us about it yet. We'll see in a minute. So yeah, you have to pay your taxes every week. You have a week to pay them, but you get a week of it being in arrears before basically your base will power down, whether it has power in the things or not. So the longest period of time that you can keep your base alive uninterrupted without you doing anything to it is anywhere between 2 weeks to 3 weeks, depending on when you log out, because it's going to come down to your taxes. You can see the sandstorm over there. I think it is coming our way. It must do, because it's coming in from the south. Oh no, it's going to miss it entirely. This is a sandstorm. It's sweeping over here. So you don't want to be outside in one of those. You will lose health very, very quickly, but all you need is to be sheltered. If you have a look on the left-hand side, just above the water meter, you'll see a little icon there. It has 4 stages. We are unsheltered at the minute. If I put myself in a position Can I get myself into a sheltered position around about here without getting enclosed? There we go, sheltered. So you need to be at least sheltered in order for it, or in order to be safe from a sandstorm. It's saying I'm water sealed because it thinks I'm inside the base. The step above that is enclosed. If it's enclosed, then you will lose less water as well, and if it's water sealed, you'll basically lose almost no water whatsoever. And your bases tend to be water sealed so long as the shields are up. So that's how the base mechanic works. Base building is as you'd expect. It's all on a grid system. So you just take a piece, you plonk it down, you build it, etc. Let's get over to the vehicle system. We need our shiny new cutter ray. I need to put the building thing away and get my welding tool out. Okay, so we'll pop down to the garage. Okay, so when you start out, you will not have access to any vehicles. You basically finish the starting tutorial area by building yourself a buggy. Build yourself a buggy. You cannot outrun a sandworm on foot. You technically can't outrun a sandworm on a buggy, but at the very least you're going to be able to cross this gap here on a sand bike. You won't do it on foot. You will get killed. I've seen people on the Steam forums complaining about sandworms and the fact that if you die to a sandworm, you lose everything you have on your person. It is all gone. If you die any other time, then you will drop, I think, half of your inventory, but you'll keep all of your equipment and anything on your hotbar. So you can run back and get it, unless you were in a PvP zone. In that case, I think somebody else could pick up your stuff. We'll get to PvP zones. So yeah, build yourself a sand bike, and then when you're crossing this area here, just go from here, straight up, and just floor it. Straight line, floor it, keep going. You will disturb a sandworm, it will come after you, you will make it. But yeah, people complaining about the sandworms in Dune. It's like, you do understand the source material, right? They are kind of central to the source material. But yes, once you get up to steel, you can then make yourself one of these things. This is a buggy. It is bigger. It is much bigger. It can house 2 people in it, or you can actually have 4 if you swap the back side out for one with seats rather than one with a turret. Which is a good opportunity to point out all of this. So on the bike, you only have 1 utility slot. The 2 slots that you can put on here is basically a booster, which is probably going to be the thing that you put on it initially, until you realize just how useful it is to have an extra inventory on your bike. The problem with having the inventory on your bike is that you then can't use this little device to store your bike if there's something in the inventory. So I'm going to keep that stored because the bike is helpful, and I can't store this thing. So early on, you'll probably use your booster to get across the gap, but you will end up putting a storage on the back so that you can carry more stuff around, because you're going to need that storage space when you want to build the buggy. Resource requirements for these does go up fairly quickly. It's not exponential by any stretch of the imagination, but this took a lot longer time to collect the materials for than it does your first buggy. So yeah, and the way that vehicles work is that basically it's made up of a bunch of parts. If I interact with it and pull up the management, which is appearing over here on the left-hand side, these are all the parts that are required to actually build the hull, and then these are the 2 other required parts, the engine and the PSU. This buggy is a little bit damaged. I have been not repairing it, deliberately in fact, because I wanted to be able to repair it on camera to show you something else other than just how to repair it. So it's obviously made up of lots of different pieces. Those pieces take damage, those damaged pieces need repairing. This has 2 utility slots on it. It has the slot in the back, which is a big cargo container, and the slot on the top, which is currently a turret. I need to detach that turret because we are replacing it. So we'll use our welding torch We'll take it off. And then we'll put the cut ray 4 on it. There we go. And I will put this in storage in case I need it later. I use this one. I kind of want to expand. Yeah, I may as well do that now, actually. I've been kind of wanting to expand the garage I've got down there. So let's do a quick bit of base building. They don't actually have a big door, but this system actually works if it weren't for the fact that the doors themselves are a little janky. We may see that in a second now that I'm going to do something with it. So let me demolish all of this. Demolish the front of these. And that is, I think, the wrong way around. I think this wants to be that way around. Change set. These are roofs, inclines, half ramp. Start with that one. I think I will put windows in this bit, although you can't have flat windows, so it doesn't match up with that. I'm fairly sure there are other tile sets other than the two we have available. The two tile sets we have available at the minute, if I pull up this, are Chroma Facility and then Chroma Shelter. Chroma Shelter looks a little bit more like it's made out of sandstone, whereas this looks like it's made a bit more out of concrete. Come on. There you go. Need to hurry up. That is the right roof. Let's make sure it's pointing in the right direction for consistency's sake. And let's put these back on. Just thinking, I wouldn't mind having some kind of pillar here, but I don't think the structural elements will go between these. No, they're all attached centrally. And there's not a thin wall that I could put. I suppose that works. Kind of. I just don't like the look of this being unsupported. Technically the other side is just for the bike, so if that's the case, let's just put one of these here. It's nice and thin. Still has plenty of room. So the reason I wanted to make this change was so that I could actually put a storage container down here. Or one or more storage containers down here. And so that this thing wasn't quite so close to the door, because it has problems getting out. And now we can put spare vehicle parts in there. Okay, so now that we've replaced our mining turret, let's actually repair this thing. So the reason I wanted to show repairing is because we'll go on the wheel. You can see that the little circle around my reticle has effectively two sections. We have the bit that is its current health and then the bit that is its missing health. If I repair it, you will notice a red bit climbing along the top. That's how parts basically gain permanent wear and tear. As you repair them, they lose their maximum durability. So eventually you will need to replace these things. How much or how efficient your repairing is dependent upon mostly your skills, but also the welder that I'm using. I believe this welder is 80% efficient? 83%. But that's currently being boosted by vehicle repair, which, bollocks. I meant to do that. To reduce the amount of durability loss. This one I want to say is where I got it. Nope, they're in here. Spare welding rod. Let's put this back in. Get the buggy repaired, because we're going to be taking it for a long run. Okay. I think I still need to repair the chassis on it. Okay, the chassis hadn't taken much damage. Cargo container needs a bit of repair. There we go. All nicely repaired. So yeah, the main reason you want to get a buggy as soon as possible is because this thing has a maximum volume of 1,500, which is almost 10 times the volume that you can have in your own inventory. So it's kind of useful, particularly if you're going to go mining a bunch of things. Okay. We're not going to need that with us. We will bring the scanner. I don't know if we're going to need the scanner. I'm not entirely sure I need this. I thought this was an item for a quest I've already done, and I re-picked it up because I had to go back to the same location. I could take the Dewey with us, but no, we've got plenty of water. I don't think I need that. You can use this once you get access to it to get water from dew plants, which is what's going to be your emergency supply of water early game. This stuff here. There's a slightly different variant of it in the starting sector and some other sectors, but that's the area that's in this sector here. The compactor we shouldn't need because we've got plenty of flour sand already and we've already converted it to aerogel. And what was the other thing that's in here? Survey probe loader. We will need that. And that reminds me we're going to need some probes. Let's get ourselves 3 probes. Okay, these staking units are the things that you use to expand your claim once you have access to the advanced claim. Exploration, survey probes. We need 3 of these. Cutaway Mark 4. That's going to leave us with 75 aluminium. I don't think that was a spice boy. What was that? I've not seen anyone use a las gun yet, so... I'm assuming lasgun versus shield explosions are a thing. That didn't sound like it was a spice blow. That's an Ornithopter flying overhead. Okay, let's put these down here. Swap this out. Put this in storage, just in case we die. So that's a more efficient cutter. It will allow us to get more aluminium. That's why it was the first thing on our list to upgrade. Let's spend the points on the Ornithopter parts. Buggy booster. Bigger buggy storage. Too worried about that. Let's get the research for these, or the Ornithopter parts. I don't know whether or not we'll build them all yet, but let's have them access. So we're going to need to go out and get a bunch of stuff. Diamond dust. More aluminium, lots more aluminium. Carbide scraps. There's one more thing. Industrial pump. You already have some complex machineries. So... yeah. So I will quickly note the thing on here. It says primary source Imperial testing station. That's referring to a very specific set of components. Let me show you them because they're acquired from different locations and that's important. So we're looking at these three sets of components here. These are Fremen stuff, this is Great House stuff, and this is Old Imperial stuff. You get this lot from research stations, you get this lot from basically any location involving the Fremen, they'll have this kind of icon on the map, and you get this lot from shipwrecks. There's a problem with that though. All shipwrecks are PvP, or all shipwrecks bar, I think, the very, very first one. So with the exception of this one, I think, all shipwrecks are considered PvP territory. So the materials you need, the Great House materials you need, which are exclusively used for everything in the combat tree, basically, all of the weapons and armor, require stuff you get from the PvP area. You can get them other ways, though. The two ways that you can get them is by recycling materials you get from NPCs, or recycling weapons and armor you get from NPCs, or you can actually just buy them from vendors if you want to spend your money on them. So you can get them an alternate way. You're not forced to engage in the PvP in order to get the specifically mechanical parts and plasteel microflora fiber. And I think even at the highest level, that's still the same thing. Yeah, still the same thing. So that's where you get all of that from. What else? What do we want to get ready before we leave? Could buy a new power pack. It uses particle capacitors. That might be worth getting. What's... yeah, we need to replace our power pack. We could repair it. It's possible that we could get... given that we're now going into the area where we get aluminium, we will start getting drops for these bits of equipment. I'll just put it in here for a second. It might be an idea to upgrade the still suit though, given that I know the heat in that area is currently higher than my tolerance. Ah, we can't. We need still suit tubing, which we're probably going to get over there. Insulated fabric. Industrial pump. I've already got one of those. Industrial pump. Most of this stuff needs the secondary materials. Spice mask. That's weird. Is there not a Mark III shield? There isn't a Mark or Mark IV shield. Off-world medical supplies. Can't make that. We do other stuff that we can make that. I think we want this. We're going to want it eventually anyways, and we got almost 1,000 research points, so we may as well research them and then figure out if we're going to build them. Or save the aluminium for other things. I don't want to craft one of those because it's significantly better than my current dagger. Particularly given that we're now going into a new area. Old Sparky 2 isn't really going to be useful if we just go into the next tier because that already has a higher regen rate than that. Okay, we'll make... Oh, hello. There we go. We'll make these two first. Make the power pack first. If we still have the aluminium, we'll make the full suspender belt. And then we'll make it a weapon. So we'll need to power this down because we don't have enough power to run everything at the moment. When is our next... power upgrade? Directional wind turbines. What do these consume? Requires lubricant. Still. But what kind of lubricant? Do aluminium. Yeah, I don't know where we're getting that from yet. Yeah, let's not worry about skipping over technologies. Did I really catch the... I'm not sure if the game is doing that automatically or if I'm somehow catching the comma key that changes the shoulder you're looking over. New weapon. New weapon. Turn that off. Turn the weapon table on. So yeah, we don't currently have enough power to run everything. So I think we are going to have to get some more basic wind turbines up. One way or the other. We have the steel, I just haven't got around to doing things. This blade gives a small drop of electricity, offering a small boost or stamina boost. Burning them snack before she fled. Let's say this one because extra stamina in melee is going to be very, very useful. What are we almost out of that we can only craft? Oh right, we can only craft one because we've only got one. These are uniques. You need specific blueprints in order to be able to craft them, and you only get them one at a time. You can trade them. They appear in here. These are the ones we found. But yeah, the number of times you can craft them is dependent upon the number of blueprints you have for them. Although it calls them something else. I forget what it's called, Imperial something. Fairly early on in the game, I'll show you the weapon, because I was using it for ages. This thing here, Kelfie's Drinker. The reason this is so good is because it fills up blood bags while you're attacking in melee. So it steadily fills up your containers, and you don't need to bring about or bring with you a blood extractor. Okay. We'll sit this one in here. We do technically have a spare knife somewhere else. And likewise, I'm going to keep my spare shield and... Actually, no, we're keeping the shield. It's these we're replacing. New power pack, full suspender. So these little devices here, there's different ones at different levels. I think the base one that you get access to, which I never built, passive suspender belt, basically prevents you from taking fall damage, auto-activates. The one we've equipped, which was a replacement to this thing here, the Old Emperor's Wings, allows you not to double jump, but it allows you to reduce the effect of gravity while you're jumping or falling, which will allow you to jump higher as a result. This was nice to get, but this one, or the one that you can then craft, this one here, the leap suspender, is better because this can also be used to kill your falling momentum right before you hit the ground, to allow you to jump off a tall cliff and survive so long as you don't wait too late to apply it. Planar suspender belt allows you to hover around. There's a more advanced version of that here, responsive planar suspender belts, and this is the one we've just got, the full suspender belt. I think I've seen this being used. Yeah, that is increasing our vertical ascent as we're using it. So you're going to want them because you're going to want to be climbing to high places anyway. Just because I think it's the right time of day. It's not quite the right time of day. Okay, well, no. We will drink from these. Because we're about ready to leave. Right. Those away for safekeeping. Make sure that I don't actually want to bring any of that. No, we're fine. We have a can full of water. If we get desperate, we can come back. That's only useful for... Actually, no, we should bring this. It has other uses. We've already picked up our bike. We have upgraded the buggy. Let's go. Actually, do I have a full container of fuel? It's not a full container of fuel. There's a non-zero chance I find fuel out there. Let's bring a spare one with us. We have some spare space in the buggy's trunk, so we'll leave it in the buggy's trunk. Note to self, I do need to collect a few more of those. Okay. So yeah, this does actually work despite the fact that there's a giant hole going along the middle of it. But I'll quickly take you over to this guy's base. I do have access to these. I'm just not a massive fan of them. I'd rather just have a great big door at the bottom rather than these shielded things. But these are... Excuse you. These shields basically do the same thing as doors. They just don't need to be opened and closed. And this is my nearest neighbour. I've not had any issues with them. They have built a rather interesting looking base. They've definitely spent more time in this game than me, because I think they have all 3 types of Ornithopters in there somewhere. But this entire structure here is just using, I think it's the base set rather than the industrial set. Yeah, I think they're just using the base set for all of this, with some decorations and lightings. So you can make interesting structures out of all of this, so long as you have the talent. I do not. Although, to be fair, I haven't actually put massive amounts of time into building out my little house yet. But at the very least, it's not a block. It isn't just a square, it is something. Over here we have another person who is doing a reasonable amount of effort in their building. I think they do have, this person does have access to more than the base set because they've got darker area roof tiles. Which I think, I'm not sure where you get the sets beyond the first two. I'm assuming, just because of the styling of them, they may be tied into the faction system, which I've explicitly been avoiding interacting with. And then we have our first box. A slightly more interesting box. What was that? And then someone else around there. Okay, so we're coming over here because this is the shortest path between here and here, and we don't want to be going any further. This here is drum sand. If you're unfamiliar with the lore of Dune, drum sand resonates loudly as you're moving across it. This is bad because it summons sandworms. Quicksand is exactly what you think. If you drive into that, you're going to lose your vehicle. So, we're about to cross open sand. It should be a non-issue unless there is a worm nearby. So we need to make sure we can't see worm signs nearby. I can't see any, so let's just get driving then. And a meter will appear at the bottom there. We are now generating tremors that sandworms can feel. The size of the tremor and the length... That is... Okay, there is a worm nearby. The size of the tremor and... Here it comes. Worm has seen me and it's after me. But we are now safe. It'll probably come our direction and then disappear underneath us. I've not had the opportunity to collect spice yet. And it's just sitting here. Literally in a space where I can run away from any worm that decides to come bother us. So, spice is used for one of your abilities, but I think it's also valuable in terms of money. There's potentially things later that are going to use it. So we have this little device here called a compactor. What you do is you point it at the sand, you fire it, and it gathers it up into a nice large lump. And then you can take the lump. And that's how you collect sand. At least spice sand and flower sand. You will get access to basically a small harvester at a later date. And I don't have the means to process this currently. Yeah, this isn't even on worm territory. This must have been the spice blow we saw right at the beginning of the episode. I have had one spice blow happen near my base, but it was far enough out that that's what caused my first death to Shah-Halud. That's a long way away, but I think these are now starting to get onto space where... Let me quickly swap out a skill. My emergency escape skill. Just in case I see that thing coming my way. Here it comes. Worm's going to eat that. I've seen those crashed before, just on the ground, but I've never actually bothered trying to get to one because they're always in open sand, which means that they're always very dangerous to get to. There's supposedly buried treasure that you can find out on open sand, but I've not found one yet. There's a okay. Oh, another spice blow. We're not going to go over to that. We'll let someone else have that. We now have a nice collection of spice. I don't know why they've made the spice purple. Spice is supposed to be red. Even... So the games, or every game in the film has always portrayed it as red. I think they've made it purple just because it's red once processed. But I think they've made it purple just because you wouldn't be able to see it in this iron sand here. That's why that sand is red. Let me just deposit this stuff back at base. The buggy will be fine there, there's not a sandstorm coming. Where did that vehicle crash? Somewhere over here. There it is. Literally right outside my base. I think that's the second time I've seen one crash there specifically. Sandworm going or doing a drive-by. Where did I put my oh, it did put it in here. Yeah. Need to refine it. I think I can use it for food. Or the prescient system. Basically your ultimate. We'll get to that once we get to combat. Yeah, there's some kind of fighting going on over there. Given that they keep summoning sandworms. Should be fine. There we go. Right. Let's pick that up, get back in our buggy. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. If you noticed it, the textures on this were basically still at its maximum LOD. Minimum LOD? I'm not sure which one's technically correct. Up until the point that I get into it. I've seen it do that a few times. So I did mention the sandstorms and about not being safe in them. You will lose health very quickly if you're in a sandstorm and you will not be able to heal. But your vehicles also take damage if they are left out in the open in the middle of a sandstorm. So on the right hand side where you can see my vehicle health and all that lot, you will also notice that it too has an indication as to whether or not it is sheltered. Because you can't pick up the buggy, it behooves you, if you're going to leave it behind somewhere, you leave it in somewhere where it is marked as being sheltered. And now I get to show you the two kind of people in this world. You have people who are dickheads and don't care about other people, and thereby place their buildings right in the middle of paths. I'll admit, they've at least put some effort into their base, but this is a road that I would like to use, rather than me forced to go around that way. And then immediately after it, you will notice the other kind of person in here. If we come up here and go around the corner, here we have the other kind of person who is well aware that other people play this game and are happy to oblige them. They have built their base over the top of the road, so it doesn't block it. They've even put a little road here for us. I like this person. Whoever you are awesome. The other person can fuck off. So yeah, this is an MMO, in the same sort of vein as Once Human. You have a whole bunch of side micro shard servers. I don't know whether or not these servers have a maximum time limit on them or whether they're permanent. But it does work on a very similar system. It is an online-only game. You do have to inhabit a world with other people. You can't set up your own server, which is a shame. Okay, so our plan is going to be to head towards each of these contracts. Basically, if we come over to Journey, Journey is where all of your quests and things are. The primary thing here, the stories one, is all progression-related stuff. Our next part of the main story is this one here, the Paranoid. We're probably not going to get to this because it's in an area after these ones. The ones that we're in at the minute. So we're probably not going to get to that, but each area itself, so we have Shield Ward and Ordaham, I think, has a bunch of quests. This is the area that we've just gone through, Jabal Ifrit and Higari Rift. I apologize if my enunciation of these is incorrect, or my pronunciation of these is incorrect. Vermilius Gap, and then A New Beginning is the one that you start off with. They're basically all optional. Most of these ones here are just to give you like guidance if you're struggling to find something you want to do. These will give you like tutorials in particular new systems as you get it. So for example, the area we're going to, one of the quests is quite literally airborne. Make a scout ornithopter. Let me track that one because it is something we're going to be doing. And some of them are indicating specific locations you can visit within the areas. And your contracts you pick up from the few safe zones. We'll head up to them now since we're technically still doing a look at part of this and we're nearby. There is a bunch of these scattered around the map. These buildings here. Now, not only do they provide you safety from a storm, they are safe zones, so long as you are inside them, you cannot be harmed. I think you will slowly lose water if you log out in one. You do get a warning not to log out in one. They all have little bays for parking that are counted as shelters for your vehicles. But more importantly, the buildings themselves. So, all of these buildings usually have a few things in them. You have the contracts board. This is where you're going to get contracts that will give you standing if you want to do the faction-related stuff. It's where you start the quests that give you a whole bunch of experience. They're pretty good just to tell you, or just to be able to get you to go to particular places, but they also drop unique loot. House representatives, this is related to this system here, the Landsrad term. As far as I'm aware, I'm never going to be able to interact with this because personal and guild faction alignment required, which makes me think that I need to be in a guild and I need to have actually decided which faction I want to be on. So I don't know exactly how all of this works. I've been assuming that it's related to the PvP, which is why I've not been going anywhere near it. But it's a thing. It is in fact a thing. And yeah, that's what these guys, they will always have the symbol of their house behind them are for. The other main reason you're going to want to come over here is the Ornithopter pilot. Until you have one, this is the only way to get to Harki Village and Arakeen, which some of the quests are going to require you to go to, including the main story ones. There's a whole bunch of vendors over there. There's a vendor here which you can buy some basic stuff from as well. There's always a vendor in each one of these. If you're low on fuel and you can't be bothered to go search for and make some, you can come to these guys. These guys also are the ones that will sell you the parts I mentioned earlier. I'll sell you the weapons themselves, but I do believe, there we go, Bastion microfiber, so they will sell some of this stuff. It's not too expensive for how much money you get, so this is how you avoid going to the PvP areas. They do also sell a handful of unique blueprints. Again, these are one-use things. And you also have these guys. Now, you want to be looking for these guys here. They have these little lights next to them. Those lights always look like that. These are your skill trainers. You need to find these guys in order to be able to gain access to skill trees that you don't have access to yet, or to improve the skill trees that you do have access to. There is one in each one of... Actually, no, that's not true. I don't believe there's one in here. You'll find the first trooper one in here. Yeah. First trooper trainer is in here. I don't believe there is a trainer in this one. Maybe there is? No, that's a House Representative banner. The Blade Master trainer, the first Blade Master trainer is here. Where did I find... the Planetologist trainer is pointed to you by a contract. I don't know where the first Bene Gesserit trainer is. The second Bene Gesserit trainer is in Harki Village. Oh, we've not found the Mentats yet. That's why I can't think of where we find them. I have not found a Mentat trainer for them. The second Swordmaster trainer is in Harki Village as well. The second and third Trooper trainer is in Arakeen. And the Planetologist, again, the contract will point you to it, and the same Planetologist will teach you all three levels.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
And we are stuck in here for a little while. That's fine. So yeah, we still have the Planetologist one to do, but this is in the area we're heading to. Otherwise we have our Bene Gesserit one, Swordmaster one, and Trooper ones currently active. I would like to get this one done as a priority, and thankfully it is nearby, so let's track that. I think we have a second one requiring us, yeah. This also requires us to go to the Stone Sentinel, so that's going to be our first port of call. And that's actually useful because we're going to need to climb to the top of that in order to use our probe scanner. Find a path up the Stone Sentinel. We could go chill outside in our buggy.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And every NPC that is outside is now going to run inside. Oh no, that dude is trying to get outside. It is going to be squished by the door. I wonder if this place becomes water sealed once these doors are closed. Nope, still just counts as enclosed. But yeah, we're stuck in here until the sandstorm passes. But I think at this point we've covered all of the basic information that I can give you about this game. Oh, look, it's a slightly different one. I've got another person on, what's it called? Twitch, trying to sell me viewers using links that I've already banned and terms I've already banned. But they're trying to use very special versions of an E in viewer in case somebody bans the word viewer. But no, Automod has caught them. I need to report them. I need to push a button. The button has been pushed and the doors should be opening in a second. There we go. Oh, that's what it is. I am eligible for the Observation Foundation for Dune Awakening to get your loot drops. I don't know whether or not my Twitch channel counts as available for loot drops though. I am not partnered. What's the other one? Affiliate on Twitch. I mean, obviously YouTube is my main platform. I did not mean to actually put that away. In fact, did I put my spare... I also didn't need to get out the vehicle to check its inventory. I did put a spare one in there. No, I want this one on inventory. Let's refuel before we head out. I think we can leave by this direction. It's a little bit more hazardous, but we can. Kind of. Can't get out of here smoothly. Out of curiosity, did this take much, if any, damage while being parked in there? No, I think that's just usage damage. I think that's fine. Okay, those rocks there are the main thing we're going to be after while we're driving around. I need a better angle. Yeah, one thing I'd love to be able to do is change the seat. That's the thing I was checking. I did go into keybinders a while ago to try and see whether or not there was a button to change a seat on the fly. There isn't. Devs, please add a button to allow me to swap back and forth between the turret and the gut thing. I know this is this vehicle is designed for multiple people, but people do play these games alone, and I would like to be able to not have to hold down this button to open this wheel. To realise that my alignment is incorrect and I can't actually mine it, and then have to hold down the button again to change to the driver's side to move it. I mean, I understand why you don't want me to be able to I understand why you don't want me to be able to use the turret while I'm driving. That's fair enough. But just the quality of life feature to be able to change between the two on the fly quickly, that would remove the pain factor. If you could, devs, please. Oh, I just realised that... There we go. Drink some water from my catch pocket to get my stamina back up. That's out of range. That's out of range. It is very clear that this is intended to be used with two people. The range on this thing is so damn small. Which one do we want to head to first? We'll head to this side. that's an interesting look. I do like looking at other people's bases because it gives me ideas. Well, I try to like keep attention or pay attention to them so that I can use like things that they do in my own builds, because I don't, as I said, I don't like having boxes. Just building a box and shoving everything in it, that's uninteresting. I'd rather have something. It doesn't have to be much, it has to be, just has to be something. Perfect.
Halt and identify. David is gonna fall.
Come on.
I'm out. Kill them all.
Oh, we forgot to swap that back over. Let's get our He's still not come out to disturb me. I think his shots were piercing my shield though, which is a new thing. Where are you? And that's why I like the Bene Gesserit skill set, and why I want to get it improved sooner rather than later. Okay. That is above us. Let's get to climbing. Turn the shield off for now. Come on, latch back on. Okay. Which of the two quests are we actually looking at here? Sacred Records. I think this is the... No, that's the Bene Gesserit one, isn't it? That one's got a circle around it. No, this is the one. This is the Bene Gesserit one. If we hear and we see it, we may as well get it. Interesting. I do need to craft a stills tent for one of the quests. Let's follow the marked path. Hey, stamina. Sprint. Stop sprinting. Thank you. Don't know if we're going to need to go all the way to the top of these. For the quest, at least.
By the Maker, brother. Is it not just as the elders described it? A giant beast of rock, perched on the shield wall with a menacing scowl. Always we are forbidden to climb the Sentinel. Just focus on the trials and come home safely, they say. But I know they're secretly proud when we climb high on the beast's shoulders and leave our mark, just as many have done before. I have made my mark, little brother. But I will go one better and leave this recording for you to find when your time comes to face the trials of Akal.
I do appreciate that they have the system whereby when you play that, you don't need to hang around, you can just keep going. The only exception to that particular rule is holograms at the entrances to the testing facilities. We may see one later, because I think we have a quest to go into one. That's basalt. I don't need it at the minute. This way. Follow the lights. This game doesn't use yellow paint, it uses lights and scuffs on the walls showing you that people have been climbing up these. So you can usually tell what the intended path is. How quickly is this with damaging it? It is damaging it fairly quickly, but this is a very, very tall rock. Climb to the mount. So it does want to keep going up. Follow the lights. Reach the mouth of the stone sentinel. Ah. That's cheating. Someone put their Ornithopter up here. Oh no, that's a broken Ornithopter. Okay, fair enough. Special loot crate. So these kinds of loot crates, you can't see the roof at the minute, but it should have like a starry pattern on it and some symbols above it. They always have blueprints in them. And you usually, although this one doesn't have it, get the spiced version of the regional metal. And there's some pumps. Okay, list. Okay, that's the thing we needed for our quest. Deliver the Bloodline records. Okay, so we need to head back to Arakeen. We'll head down that side, but I do want to make it onto the top of this thing. Here we go. I am surprised there's no ore up here at all. A little bit of granite, but that's it. Okay, so the reason we came up here, I don't know how high I need to be to actually use one of these. But when you get to a new area, you want to equip your survey probe launcher and then just point it into the sky, fire it, and wait for about 25 seconds. And given that you're going to be standing on the top of something, then you're probably also going to make sure that it's either nighttime or you have at least some kind of shade nearby. Otherwise you're going to get sunstroke waiting for this. It is a really cool effect. There we go. And that now gives us the entire area map. This is basically how your radio towers work. So we have 2 testing stations. Something over there that's hidden underneath that. I think that might be another testing station. No, that's a outpost. Outposts, high caliber compressor. So that's where we get compressors. Compressors come from outposts. Industrial pumps come from those. And resources in the area. I've not learned these symbols yet. Aluminium, basalt, batteries, granite, some copper, and some salvage metal. Okay. Do I want to do something stupid? That vehicle is my respawn point. Yeah. Yeah, there's literally no reason not to just cancel your momentum the second you get to the bottom. Now, what the devil is that? Because it's not on the map. Well, we're here. We need resources. It might have the resources we need. Didn't I? I did. Okay. Let's use that. Clearly somebody's outpost. This is curious, it's not on the map at all. Sentinels. Oh, so this is part of that.
Someone's here. I require assistance. Interloper.
Let's get the bastard! I got your back!
Kill them all.
Oh, you do occasionally make it slightly closer to me. And you do have a shield. Collect their blood. Valuable water. Not going to bother getting more bodies, given how many bodies we have and how long it's going to take us to get through them all. Okay. Oh, we gave ourselves sunstroke. That's not good. Probably should have brought that with us then. We need to find some still tubes so that we can make a better I don't know what's it called. Still suit tubing, so we can make a better still suit, because still suits are one of the main ways you save your water. And I still forgot to change this back over. Which one did we want? Need charge, deflection. Let's use retaliate. I'd like to see retaliate work. Oh, where did that quest go? So the Derek's Bison Station is indeed reoccupied, as by your description, the squatters can only be renegade Dune men who call themselves sandflies. What a fitting title they chose. Like their namesake, these sandflies are small, annoying pests, but pests may still bite. I need a better idea of what those sandflies are capable of. I want you to engage them with lethal force. Let's see what sort of resistance they put up. Well, they have flamethrower guys, which are kind of annoying. I don't know if the flamethrower guys are more annoying than the minigunner guys. The minigunner guys are really annoying. Find the lack of them disturbing, though. Is there intel in here? There is one intel somewhere in, not necessarily this building, but this area.
We need to recruit some medical people into the movement. A real physician would be nice, but any sort of chemist or medic would be a start. We've had several folks taken ill, and there's not a lot we can do from here. The whole group that flew off with Yates on that salvage recovery job have come down sick. Some of them are in a real bad way. People are blaming that bad spice that's supposed to be going around. No one wants to go near
your
them
flamethrower guy.
Poor souls.
You can come inside. Good, I can kill you with 2 stabs. Those guys are really annoying because they have shields and they, typically speaking, can swat you with their big gun quicker than you can activate your heavy attack to break the shield. Come to me.
Sandflies, help! Raising shield!
Now, why didn't that give me the proper attack?
Repel the invaders!
I did see a purple glow over here. Is the intel in this room? Hey, there's the intel. Ah, there we go. These are the special chests. This is what they look like when they're not opened. Loot is unique per player, so I don't know why sometimes when I arrive at them they appear opened. We got I think if I actually want to know, I need to look at it in here. I need to have learnt it first. Compared to most places, there's really not that high a density of people in here. Need to kill one more by the looks of it. I think we've got enough industrial pumps for everything that we want to craft. Can we have one more person? Just the one?
Shield engaged.
You look
Dune men, attack.
player-esque.
Shields up.
No. Oh. Who are you? Yeah, that's a player.
Sandflies, attack. Raising shield.
Oh,
Shield on.
I see.
Shield engaged.
There we go. That counts.
Shield on.
Job done. Where is it? The level of this encounter indicates Sandflies are well equipped and reasonably well ordered fighting force. Far beyond what one would expect for common bandits at any rate. Need to learn more about their motives and organizations. I doubt very much it sounds. See if you can find some sort of intelligence. Investigate the first location. Yeah, it wants me to head somewhere else now. That's fine. We've got what we wanted out of here. We need to make our way back around to our truck on the other side, though. We may actually be better running through it. Yeah, let's run back through the middle of it. One, that'll be quicker, because it's more direct. And two, we won't lose as much water. Have we used them all? We have used them all. We have better healing items on us. But if we're not in combat, we may as well use the cheaper ones. Not that I've ever needed to craft any. Made do with the ones that I found. We didn't go have a look that way, but that just looks like another way in.
Who's there? Identify yourself.
I do dislike how it cancels my sprinting when I'm under fire. I would like to just keep running, please. I have no desire to engage in combat. That's a sniper rifle.
Reveal yourself. Someone's here.
Oh, is it going nighttime anyway? We could have run around the outside. We would have been fine. Our buggy is hidden underneath here. Nice and safe. I would like to... It's not that far away. Let's... Yeah, no, let's just head back. I would like to unlock Tier 2 Bene Gesserit abilities. Where the hell did you jump from? Head over to Harky Village. Although it will cost me money, but yeah, we've been using the baseline Bene Gesserit abilities for a while. I would very, very much like or to improve some of them. Particularly the ones that we're using the most. Okay, let's spend some money and take an Ornithopter. Over
Can I
to where
fly
we
you
need to be.
somewhere today? Atreides and their warlord. All right, suit yourself. Music to my... Well, the Harkonnens... Well, all right. Thopter's on the roof.
Have we dropped any more frames since the loading? No. Okay. I think because the frame rate, or we dropped a bunch of frames earlier on because while the game was loading, it doesn't respect the frame rate limit that we put in place to allow the stream to run smoothly, hopefully. Okay, where was she? This way, then right again. If it was one of the other trainers, I probably wouldn't bother doing it unless I had another reason to come over here.
You're back.
I have recovered your holy writings.
I'll be the judge of that. Let's see what you found. Good work. These genealogical records go a long way towards supporting my theories.
Was it this theory that got you exiled from your sisterhood?
Any idea or concept that challenges any core belief is not welcome, no matter how valid and well-proven it may be.
Has your theory been proved?
That is precisely what we are trying to find out.
Okay, well, train me.
Very well. I have analyzed the holy texts you recovered in detail, and the genealogical data is relevant to my research. However, the primary revelation is evidence of Missionaria Protectiva influence more than 700 years before the official records date.
I already know what that is. In the most basic terms that I'm aware of it, it's basically... Oh, there are basically a bunch of missionaries that seeded particular belief systems within cultures to give the sisterhood the ability to take refuge anywhere if they need to. It's the reason why Paul Atreides is considered the chosen one, because of prophecies put in place by the Missionare Protective. Spend me to history lesson, just tell me what I'm looking for. Let's see what she says about it, though. She might be able to explain it better than me.
It's the Bene Gesserit's way of asserting control over a primitive world, by seeding their culture with myths, superstitions, and prophecies. When this seeding takes hold, sisters can position themselves as guides, protectors, or other leaders fitting prophecy. Of course, it's the same prophecy the sisterhood conveniently engineered themselves.
We already technically know some amount of Bene Gesserit's secrets, so she's not betraying her order to tell us, because somebody has already told us some of this stuff. Tell me what I must do.
Unfortunately, the holy texts you recovered are incomplete. I need you to track down more evidence of the Sisterhood's work. While most of it was lost in the Purge, the texts you recovered give me hope that some fragments will have survived. Find them for me.
Okay, and this is going to unlock the level 3 stuff. If there's any fragments left to be found, I'll find them. Okay, so now we can push this button. Wrong button. Come over to here, and we can upgrade some of this stuff. Which ones do we want to upgrade? Sonar drain cooldown. We don't really use that anymore now that we've got buggies. We're using these more. The main things we want: extra damage, more extra damage. I really don't think that's doing much. those. Extra survivability. You can use your own body to effectively heal catastrophic damage, improving both the rate at which healing occurs and the amount. Technique can only be used. Healing regen limit. Healing regen rate. I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to be. Is that how much damage we can heal by default if we're critically hurt, and how much it will improve by? If that's the case, then why is the limit 125%? Why not just tell me heal to 30%, heal to 35%? That would make this way more readable. You're able to heal your body more after suffering catastrophic injury, regenerating your health to a higher threshold than normal. Yeah, I think these are effectively when you're taken down, you're not killed. You go into a down state, and you can press a button and hold it to bring yourself back up. If you continue to be attacked while you're down, you will eventually die, but when you come back up, you restart with an amount of health. But it says suffering catastrophic injury. I don't know. Regen limits. I mean, I suppose there's a way to test this. We can test this. We're going to need to find a way to injure ourselves, but we can test it. Boost the effectiveness of healing items. Okay, we need tier 3 to actually activate those. Interesting. 2 to unlock, then 2 to upgrade. Whereas these are 3 to upgrade. And then 4 to upgrade and 1 to unlock. I technically don't need this anymore, now that I have this. Assuming we keep this equipped. I don't think I'm going to dip any more into the voice tree. Compel is already powerful enough. Okay, that's cool. You can reset every 24 hours, no cost. So I can always tweak it later. Let's test this. Let's see if it's damage from being downed or how quickly and how much we can heal damage while critically injured. Because we do get a notification at the bottom of the screen saying that we're critically injured when our health is low. We, however, can't take any damage here, so we need to head back to...
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears.
Agara Basin.
The basin is a pretty... Let's try to avoid any pot shots from the local...
Ah, bollocks. I should have nipped by the... What's it called? The bank while I was here, because we have over 50,000. Coins go in your inventory. Or money goes in your inventory, but it only stacks to 50,000, so it's now currently using 2 inventory slots. Which I'd rather it not be doing. That might be coming our way. Sorry, this is on the wrong screen. That might not be coming our way. These doors would have started closing and we would have got a notification. So I think that's just missing us. Yeah. Wrong screen. It's the only problem with, or the only actual problem with the multi-monitor support of this game. For whatever reason, the inventory screen's over here. Everything else is central. Yeah, that's fine. Right, we need to injure ourselves. Okay. It's a little over halfway. So that's an extra 15%, I think. What's level 1? Oh, we can't go back to view level 1. We're going to view current level and next level. I think it was 10 and 15, it's now 25 and 15. So 25 years, about an extra 10%. There we go. We have to be out of combat for a while. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the amount of health that we can heal once our health is below a certain level. Regeneration rate. So I think I might just not use either of these because healing items can be used in the middle of combat. They're not expensive to make. They're fairly plentiful on the ground. I'm still collecting more of them than I'm actually using. So neither of these are actually useful. Unless you're being really, really frugal with your healing items. And again, the game throws so many at you. I haven't needed to repair. What would be more useful is if the regenerate on this was the cooldown and it was significantly higher. If it's like max level, it reduces the time until auto healing kicks in by 50% and increases healing limits. Then it will be more useful. Because otherwise, at the minute, it's just way better to just use a healing item. They activate faster, you can activate them in the middle of combat while under fire. And they're not expensive to make. So yeah, they're not useful. But I need that to get this. And I do think that one is useful. And you need this to start. So yeah, I would just put these back to level 1 is what I would do. But given that we now know what it does, and it's not useful, let's swap that out for that. And swap that out for that. That one we'll keep. Poison immunity is definitely a nice to have. Is there anything we might get in the later? Nope, not going to use that one. Probably not going to use that one. Oh wait, no, that's instability damage bonus. No, we do want to keep that, actually. And upgrade it. There we go, we have a build for now. Okay. Where to first? Let's loop around over to here. I'll mine a bunch more aluminium along the way. What's our cargo looking like? Okay, we're about halfway full. I'll keep collecting these. Actually, what? Let's get... Can I pin them from here? Don't know if I can. We can pin these. Carbide scraps. Dimetite dust. Dust, I know of a place we can get it. On here. Oh, we've only found some of the intelligence there. Oh, still some tubing as well. That has all the bits and pieces that we need. possible that one of the next areas also has some more. Let's continue heading this way. That seems like a good one to aim for, the search for Keens. Still suit tubing is one of the main things we're looking for, so that we can get a better still suit. Journey, that's what I'm looking for. It's part of this. Track that. What is firing at what? There was a constant gunfire last time we was around here. I mean, now they have a reason to shoot at something. How those bullets hurt. Yeah. We are heading over that way, aren't we? May as well go around this way, though. There's definitely other building sets. They haven't provided a way for people to get through. Is there actually room on the other side? Can you get around them? No, not really. Another cock blocking the path. To be fair, there's nothing that way, but still. I'm allowed to take exception to people who build on the drivable areas. Okay. Where is the tallest point in the western shield wall? Probably not the tallest point, but it's probably tall enough. Are we looking at the right one? That one there, yeah. In fact... we'll climb that one to fire up our probe. Let's just do a quick storage check. And no, if we want more, we'll collect it on the way back. We've got a decent amount. I don't know if it's going to be enough to build an Ornithopter, but we have a decent amount. Now, how the hell did you get stuck there, Big Rock? You don't look like you're connected. You look like somebody dropped you there or rolled you there. Need to be around the other side. And then we'll look for a place to park this in relative safety. Well, we know where there's aluminium. Let's try and remember that all of the aluminium is here. We have, however, noticed a distinct lack of player buildings over here. Does no one want to build on these mountains? Oh! Ah, yeah, no, they did say it was, down there. Well, we still need to, map this area. That's a problem, though, because I don't know how I'm supposed to get down to there. Possibly a path that way? Definitely can't get down to there from here. No sandstorm coming, so I don't need to worry too much about that. The vehicle is sheltered. Oh, is that not a set of stairs? Damn it. It's not what I wanted to see. Got two of their attention. I do appreciate them firing at me from just outside of their range. It is kind of hard to see them, but if there was one on their own, I could probably deal with them with my usual way. Come on. Okay. There's something that way. This is too conspicuous. Poison. We have things to deal with poison. We have to trigger them first before we can deal with them, though. Okay, nothing that I actually wanted out of here. Yeah, that's not strictly speaking true. Is that a large one? That is a large one. But the problem is I'd be better just making 2 of these, because these are so much lighter. Since we're here. I was hoping for some still suit tubing. The other stuff we don't actually need. We can drop that. And I've probably got some scrap on us now that we don't need. We can get rid of that. Okay. Deposits. Let's drop in here the other heavy thing that we're probably not going to use. You know, let's put that one in there. We'll keep this one on us for now. Money. That's the thing that got automatically put away by mistake. Right. Up we go. Aluminium. I think that... I'm not sure that is aluminium. Probably aluminium. That's definitely aluminium. Yeah, I think that is aluminium. Okay. So another place that we can come to get a whole bunch of aluminium. I think this might actually be closer. Anyway. Let's do the thing we climbed this for. That's a something over there. It's not a human or a player structure. Okay. Basalt aluminium, nothing else special. They don't have anything special. Okay. There's clearly a path there, but I don't know how you can get to it. Shouldn't have left my shield on for all of that. I only brought 2 popes with me, or 3 popes with me. How do I have 4? We've used 2. Oh, there must have been one already loaded into the gun. I'm fairly sure that's just going to be a sheer cliff, but...
Shields up! Kill them all!
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting a vehicle down here safely. Didn't think there was, but you gotta check, just in case. I don't have my Dew Reaper with me. Okay, we'll start making our way back home, so that we can get the aluminium we now have processing. So just doing inventory stuff. So we'll load up on the remaining aluminium on the way back. And then I think we'll take the buggy out. While we look for the last remaining bits and pieces that we should need. Let the aluminium process while we're searching. Try and be mindful of finding a path downwards. If we're not getting out of the vehicle again, let's maximize the amount of aluminium we're bringing. I know you can't send the whole thing over, just send over part of it. Still not entirely sure what basalt is used for. I'm assuming it must be a more advanced construction material. But having not seen extra sets, I don't know. I've got to wonder if 100 is actually the high or max level. Just because of how rapidly we're approaching it and how many skill points it would cost to max out more than one tree. In the event there's anybody watching, because I can't see, does anybody know what the maximum level is? Is it 100? Is it 99? Does it go beyond? There we go. Inventory full. because I deliberately don't have viewer counts enabled. So my only notion if I'm being watched is if people are talking to me. And given that I'm a perpetual lurker most of the time, I fully understand people not wanting to talk in chat and just lurking. Feel free to continue. You are most welcome here. Lurking people are a lot less trouble than catty people. That's on the top, so I don't think I need to worry about that. I don't think we're going to accidentally get close to a PvP area. But we'll get given warning if we do, so we can back out. No, I don't think this is going anywhere either. Nah, you'd struggle to bring a buggy through, a sandbag through here anyway. Oops, I didn't mean to deposit the money. It's fine. Inventory's full on both accounts, so it doesn't really matter. I do wonder if there is going to be another way down from the shield wall, or if there is only one way up and down. Definitely doesn't appear like we can get down anywhere over here. We can see that from the map. But there's an area here. It looks like you could get through here to get to the next area, rather than have to come along here. So that's what I'm kind of keeping an eye out for. While being cognizant of the fact that I don't want to get my buggy destroyed. Back up again. There is a way down to here from the shield wall. We still need to head back to base because we have filled our inventory though. But at the very least we can fire off a scanner when we get down here. Cacti. There's our scanner locations. Use that one over there. See if we can't find a place to hide. The buggy. Actually, that one... no, that might not be in the same area. Yeah, that's that one. We are at the edge of the tree. I don't know whether or not that matters. That probably counts as shelter. Does this count as enclosed? I park right up against the shield wall itself. No. Ah, there we go. That'll count as sheltered. Trying to poison me. Do not approve. Just want a place to park it. Oh, I think there was a sheltered place there. Here we go. Sheltered. Just in the event of a sandstorm. Let's get climbing. I think that one over there might be the one they intend you to climb. But I don't think this one's any less high than that one. Yeah, it's probably high enough. I don't actually know what the requirements are for being high enough to use the scanner. Copper up here for some reason. Okay. An outpost over there. Should swing by it. Let's have a look. What have we got in this area? Not much in the way of aluminium. Not much in the way of anything, actually. Here we go. Sandtrout leather stillsuit tubing. That still leaves us with the paste being only able to get it here. Diamondine dust. Unless we can get it in this area here. That's a good point. It looks like there's another area here that we can't see. They must be the last two areas. They're fairly big. And then whatever's in the deep desert, which is probably where you get titanium, actually. Since it's used in... Does it go straight to titanium? It's plasteel, isn't it? Yeah, that must be deep desert stuff then. Plastanium is titanium and something else. I think spice. Titanium and spice. Okay. Just a quick poke around in case there's something of value up here. All I can see. Yep, this is just as high as the rest of them. It's a big spice boom. Worm fart. Okay. Should be able to get to this area from here. Yeah, these are marked on the map. 1 of 1. Yeah, there's nothing much of value in this area. At least, not so far as I can currently see. Need to be heading south. Oh. There might be a path here. If we keep hugging this wall, we may find a way through. Or we may get our buggy stuck. Quit shooting me! Okay, now we're in this area. I was baited. Are we actually in that area? No, not really. This is not the road. Rather not cause unnecessary damage to my buggy that is currently filled to the brim with aluminium. Or more accurately, bauxite. It should be filled with bauxite. That's where the main story quest continues. I don't know how we're supposed to get in there, though. That is not a way through. That could be, but this one looks better because I don't really want to be up. I want to stay down. Since we know that the base that we're heading back to is on the lower level anyway. Oh, wait. I've not seen a warning for that. Where are you? Can I see you on the map yet? Which way are you heading? It's probably going to miss us, but it might actually hit the area we're heading towards. This looks like a trap. We may actually want to head back to here. This might be the safe way through. Actually, no, this is low. If I had zoomed in, I would have seen. This looked like it was a pit downwards rather than being over the top of us. Yeah, it's passed.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh. Vehicle sheltered. I've got to enable my shield. Tube in. You have tube in. You must drop something for the tube in. I want these. Take. You died quickly. Tube in. Give me the tubes. You don't have any tubes. How many tubes do we need? Because I would very much also like to get an upgraded still suit for the heat resistance, if nothing else. 7, 10, 13, 17. Oops. Bunny. No tubes. I suppose we can take this off them. We don't need them for anything that I'm aware of at the minute, but still.
Eyes on target.
No tubes. Tubes. No tubes. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? That's why. We need to find a high place we can climb as we're making our way back home and attacking every single one of these outposts because they have tubes. Oops. There we go. Full of blood. They don't have any tubes in them. They have never had any tubes in them. What are we up to? 6. We need a better place to kill for tubes. Suppose these would have been better places to kill for tubes. We'll keep doing what we're doing on the way out. We'll climb that one. Just so that we can get our upgraded still suits. Not be losing so much water to the heat. There's been a sandstorm recently. I'm unconcerned about one coming anytime in the near future. Let's just climb. I better turn my shield off. Oh, this could be a problem. There you go, that's good. Thing still regenerates. Well, energy regenerates even while we're clung to a wall, which makes sense. Some basalt up here. This is a really cool effect. I do like it. Okay. That's where we can get some dust from. And carbide scraps. Everything we need is in there. We can probably... I wish I'd known this was here sooner. We can probably make this run on our bike, because that's about the same length as this. I don't know whether I would trust my buggy to it though. It's up top. Well, we've scanned all the areas that we needed to have access to now, so we have this whole quarter of the map to play with. We need to get our cargo safely home. We will take it to the safest route, not go straight the way across to see whether or not it will make it. Too much to lose. We do still need some more still suit tubes though. If that was on the top and I've just jumped off and now I'm going to have to climb it again, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed. I think that was a sandworm passing by. Yeah, that has to be up top. Well, gods damn it. Up we go again. We've used half its durability on this excursion alone. I had taken account of everything while I was up here, I would have realised actually here is probably the best place for me to go. But no, we didn't. I wonder. Shield wall, Odin. Is it counted as part of this then? Oh, it is. It's here. Beast Claw. That looks like a Harkonnen outpost. Changing zone. This is a PvP area? But it's an outpost. They have steel tubes. Please don't let there be a player around. No, they don't have steel tubes. They have other things. Hydraulic pistons and military power regulators. These are not useful to us. Is it the enemies here have steel tubes?
Hostile revealed.
Someone here.
Come on. Let me see what's on your inventory. Do you have steel tubing? No. Nope, you don't either. I think the game lied to me. I don't think this has what we need. Random PvP area that does not have steel suit tubing. We need the tubes. We're only interested in the tubes. We can get at least one more tube in there then. Hopefully, touch wood. Maybe. Wrong button. Do you have tubes? You have a tube. I will take a tube. And assume no tubes. Ooh. This could be something. It's not. It's nothing. It's nothing. It could have been something, but it's not. It's nothing. Okay, we're actually starting to run out of water now. Ooh, more tubes.
I got you.
Hey, hey.
Shield on.
Interesting. You took 2 attacks to take down. Neat. We're about halfway there. At the very least, we'll be able to make the base piece of it. I see another one that way. I did. Hey, extra tubing. I don't need the battery. It will fit. We will take the battery. I have emptied my jerry can now, haven't I? Okay, we've got one more swallow of that. We can always consume dew flowers if we need to. Will you fit? Technically no, but you don't care. Alright. Another camp over there.
I need reinforcements.
Ooh, you're my favorite. That brings us so very, very close.
There's the dog.
Still don't know if we need that for anything, but we should take it. I think we need it for the stillsuit tent, which we do need to craft one of, if for no other reason than for the mission. Damn it, we've allowed ourselves to get sunstroke. How many do we have? 14. We need another 3. I think this is the last outpost before... there may be some along here. As long as we stick close to the shield wall, we shouldn't be disturbing Shahalu. I forget how it's pronounced. I should know that one. They say it often enough. Can we see our base from here? Not from here, I don't think. It's over there. We're too far away. Oh. Actual entrance we want is a little bit further along.
Where's my reinforcements?
Someone here.
Ah!
Three more. Damn it, getting sunstroke so damn quickly. I need to be more careful. You do not have the water. And I'm streaming, so it's not like I can exactly wait till night time. This isn't the most entertaining thing to be doing at the moment. We're just steadily making our way back, trying to get some tubes. Trying to get enough tubes to be able to make an upgraded still suit so that we can survive for longer. Oh, there's a second camp over there. Bollocks. Too late. No... yeah, there's no, quicksand or anything. You don't have any tubes! Where are your tubes? It's the only reason I'm killing you. You can at least do me the trouble of being useful.
I see someone. Huh? They're here. Where's my backup?
Since when do you know Bene Gesserit ways? One remains. At least I think it's one remains. I will get two just in case I mathed wrong. Seeing a camp over there. No aluminium up here. Plenty of basalt though. Hello, Shahalu. Goodbye, Shahalu.
Goes there. Someone here. Eyes on hostile.
I do like this build that I'm working towards. Okay, one more as spare. We can get it. Farming camps for it is not exactly the most efficient way of doing this. But I don't want to go somewhere where I'm going to have to need a much bigger inventory for the things that I'm trying to pick up. That seems like a place that they would put something up top. It's conspicuously large for the area. Nope, nothing up here. It would make a good place for a base, though. Either built up here or just in this area in general. Can I see a camp over there? There's a camp there.
Who's that?
Oh, hello.
Eyes on enemy.
Not my favorite. No tubes. Probably nothing. Nothing. Unless... intentional? Not intentional. Have I picked up another one of those? Nope. We should have enough, but we may as well check at the last camp. 18 is definitely enough. I think 17 should be enough. We'll head in there afterwards, because that has the remainder of the things we're going to need for our Ornithopter. Do you have what I need? Tubes. Tubes. There we go. That should be plenty. Okay. Let's check in here so that we have an easy place to teleport to and from. Can we see our base? Without binoculars. In theory, it's right on the other side of this. I don't think it's rendering. It may actually not be, or we may actually not be able to see it. There is a, you can see it from here. It's not really a ridge though, but if we're lower than the ridge could. It's a slope. There's a slope before or right outside our base. That's the word I'm looking for. And if the slope is of the right angle and we're beneath it, it would hide the base. Okay, is there a trainer in here? No Mentat trainer for me? Damn it. I was hoping there'd be a Mentat trainer. Let's grab all of these. I'll read them later. Damn, a Mark 6 cutter. That's plasteel. Not plasteel. Where am I getting plasteel from? What game has plasteel? I think it's another survival crafter. I just can't remember which one.
Been a while since a new face showed up around here. Welcome to Crossroads. There ain't no cross or roads, but the name persists. I'm Zoe. Used to be from Caladan. Now, I'm just another lost soul trying to get by on sand and sufferance.
Tell me about the outlaws around here.
Up here? We're in the shadow of Mysa Terrell. That's Masquerade territory these days, and the slavers live out east of here. My advice? Steer clear of them.
Who are Masquerade?
Not outlaws exactly. Local scuttlebutt has it that there's some kind of crazy fake Fremen cult that prays to the dead worm and whatnot.
We know they're not real Fremen. How do you know they're not real Fremen?
If they were real Fremen, they'd be dead. Sardaukar would have seen to that. Nah, the Masquerade is its own crazy thing. Crazy and murderous.
What's Misotral?
It's a box canyon where the old tribes used to gather. Old Empire built a station to power the local labs and mining equipment. That is, until a worm came.
Was it drawn to the vibrations?
Nah, I heard some lunkheads lured it in. People still speculate as to why, but no one owned up to it. None that made it out to tell the tale.
What happened to the worm?
It got fried. 1 billion gigawatts will do that to most things. After that, the Masquerade moved in.
We already know about the slavers.
What's on your mind?
Who are you?
Who is anyone, really? Who I was is gone. The past is the past. But today, I'm your friendly trade post proprietor.
Are you two together?
That lump? Yep. Big Bear and me been co-pilots for a while now. But let me tell you, I'm the one doing the navigating.
He seems nice.
I know what you mean. I may love every bit of him, but he's ex-Harkonnen, right? Okay, look. They don't tend to improve a mirror.
Valentine is a deserter?
No, technically, he's dead. At least according to the Harkonnen. I'm the deserter. Stolen Atreides' transport and bought our way into the smugglers.
Who are the smugglers?
The smugglers. It's been 7 years of hard war, and the only side profiting from the chaos are those bastards, living by their own rules at Fallen Light.
Fallen Light? I actually don't know where that is.
Fallen Light's a crash ship the smugglers retrofitted into a super-secret desert base. Except, it ain't that secret. What's on your mind?
Let's see what you got to trade. Sentinel helmet. Better still suit, not that we have the spice aluminium. That's interesting. Did we get some spice aluminium? Yes, we did. That's what's on us. I thought it was showing us what was back at back at base, but it's not. We will buy the advanced lighting. I don't think there's anything else that I would probably want to grab from here. Can buy some diamantine dust if we need it, but we know where we can get that. We'll go to that after our break. Where do we park the buggy? Out the other way. I'm assuming there's not a trainer over here. Hiding outside. Where is the Mentat trainer then? Okay. We're going to take the safest route back. We could probably make this. But I'm going to run myself around and over to here and then down there. I have too much stuff that I'm not willing to lose it. I think that was... Oh no, that isn't someone attacking us. That must be a spice blow. Oh, another way up into the shield wall. Slightly more direct route by the looks of it. We're not looking at any... Yeah, no, that's fine. No lights on there. I wonder if our base is abandoned. There we go, we can see our base now. I think that must be abandoned because those trucks wouldn't survive out there. Or maybe they're new and they just haven't got around to finishing it yet. Alrighty then. Any sign of worms? Is the right... Yes, this is the right one. We have a long way up to go. Although this thing pulls a hell of a lot better than the bike does. The bike can technically go 85 in a straight line. At least my upgraded version of the bike can. Sounds like there's a worm over on the other side over there. Alrighty, we're back home. We have a cargo full of aluminium. Right, let's drop a bunch of this stuff off. And then we'll take a break. Okay, what haven't we thrown away yet? Is that a sniper rifle? You refuel that to get rid of the last of that fuel pack. One moment, this is off screen. I'm just going to grab the lighter stuff out of here and the money and some of the other things. There we go. We'll leave the ore in there and we'll move the ore over manually. Although I don't think all of the ore is going to fit into here, but maybe I'm wrong on that account. Can we get all of you? No. It weighs too much. That goes into here. This stuff, and actually all of this stuff. Somewhere over there, I think. It's going to be out of visible range. The shockwave is the easiest way to tell which direction it is. Okay. These are recyclables. We'll keep that as a spare. What I'm going to do about the extra blood packs, let's throw the blood in now and refill ourselves. We're probably, yeah, we're full on blood. Make me aluminium. Give me a dead body. Oh. Full inventory? Ah, yeah, because these are heavy. They weigh too much to really keep. I have a better version of this I can make, but it's still only 5,000 or 2,000. But this lasted us all of this time anyway. The only real reason to use these is just extra permanence or longer term storage for water, or if you want to go out and collect water from Dew. 4,500 on top of that. This is denser. Keep that as a spare. Spares go upstairs. Okay. Put this in here. Drink. We said we was going to drink. Quickly go through all of this. Yep, recycle that, recycle these. We got a couple of things that I don't recognize from all of that. Let's turn this on, repair the suspender belts. Oh, we've not researched it, so we can't repair it yet. That's probably a waste to repair it with that much still left. Yeah, we still can't repair that. Turn that off. Turn this on. Let's replace that container with this one. Another ship being destroyed. I'm still tempted to go see what's the deal or what the deal is with those. That sounds like a worm may already have it. Interesting, that worm isn't marked. It only holds an extra 500, but it still only weighs 2 volume, which is why I'd prefer to use this. We'll fill that up with the juice scythe later. We are recycling that, aren't we? I just repaired it. Why did I repair it? Not the large one, the medium one. Okay, put all of this stuff away. Diamantine dust, insulated fabric. There's a lot of random items that are from this tier. That sounded like a spice blow. Too misty to see. Don't know which angle. Don't know which direction it came from anyway. Okay, that looks about right for the stuff we're supposed to have in our inventory. I think. We can put that away now. Don't need it anymore. Let's get this out. Fill that up using it. think that's enough aluminium for everything that we need to craft, but I don't know whether or not it's going to be done by the time we make it back with, we're out of water now. Make it back with the last remaining bits and pieces that we need. But anyway, we need to take a break, so I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about, should only be 5 to 10 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Alright, time back as the sandstorm passes us by. Okay. I believe we ran out of water for... Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, damn it, we didn't set this going. Place the VoD down. And puts the rest of the blood in. Needs more of the blood in. These should have, yeah, those have days worth left. How are our wind traps? 13 hours. I don't need to worry about those. Okay. It looks so far away, but... that distance is no bigger than that one. I think we're going to try it. Okay, we need you. Turn you on. Still suit. We haven't researched it yet. Water management. Native still suit. How we can actually make ourselves. Where is insulated fabric coming from then? Because it can't just be from disassembling things we already have. There must be a location that we can get it from. I didn't really want to progress. This is a main quest option. I didn't really want to progress a main quest thing on stream. But that area has all the materials we need. It has the carbide scraps and the steel tubes. Sorry, the carbide scraps and the diamond dust. And it appears to be the only location we have access to that has them both. I don't even know what the compressors are for. Are they for weapons? They might be weapon-related things. Diamond dust. Compressors, yeah. So they're for guns, which we're by and large not using. Long blade, long blade. We did get one of those, but I think, yeah, the one we crafted at the start of the episode is better. We're going to need that eventually. We don't... Actually, it might be an idea to bring it with us now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of spice trap, if this is where we're going. What about these boots? Light armor boots. Ah, that's not a sniper rifle, it's just a standard rifle. The specifically modified unique rifle was the last thing many heard in Aegis, in Manton's comrades, Arconan agents. Can't spend too many of our resources, we do need to save a lot of it. Industrial pumps. I don't know how many sets of wings we need. Complex machinery. Pin. Pin. We can only have one pin. We basically need 14 damatine. And I think we're going to need more aluminium than we currently set to process. Actually, we got some stored, so that might be alright. How much are we going to use for the still suit? Yeah, we need to make it for the heat protection, if nothing else. Although this does have a decent armor upgrade for us. Okay, okay. Spice mask first. And we'll craft that, 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 and that. That's used up all our aluminium. Yeah, we don't have the spare aluminium to make a Dew Reaper to increase our water. Or the amount of water we have. It is heavier, has a larger thing, and yields more water. Consumes a prodigious amount of power. I've got to assume it gets you more water than... If I can cure up more aluminium, actually, it's a good point. How much aluminium have we got through? Some is the answer. 30 seconds per, so if we're away for an hour, say 120 more. I may need to temporarily build a second one of them. We have the materials for it, I'm not worried about that. He has its auto-equipped mask. Okay, that actually goes on. Base slots. It's F, not E. Let's keep them in case we need them for emergencies. Okay, yeah. We will do this. And that off. For the sake of for the sake of the attempt of being able to make this before the end of the day, the end of the stream. We need the bill gun. Quicker, quicker, quicker. Go there temporarily. We have the materials for you. Okay. Those. I do not think I have sufficient power. Are you turned on? Yeah, we don't have sufficient power to turn that on. Still don't have sufficient power to turn that on. Oh wait, no, that's 40. If only we could save 5 more power. I know where we can save 5 more power, only temporarily. Let's get everything else we need. Temporarily turn that off. Grab that and that. Let's empty out a space in our inventory for it to go once it's crafted. See if we can give ourselves an injection of water. Come on. I don't know how often this updates. One more. No power, bulletin power. Craft. Of course, this entire plan could be scuppered if one of our neighbours has come running around collecting water in the meantime. Okay. We're at dawn. This is the perfect time to go harvesting. Turn this back on. You're going to still be running for a while, that's fine. Hey, no one has been harvesting this one. This is not the only path. Oh, that is so much more efficient. It uses so much more power, but you can get a lot of water now. Because our base, this wasn't intentional. Power recharge is going to be a problem. There's another 2 lots down there, there's 2 up here, and there's 2 more in a cave over here. So we have a lot of these dew plants just lying around. A nice quick injection of water. Someone's been in here. That's fine, we still have others we can grab from. And we only spilled a minimal amount. Outstanding. Let's dump the water. I wish I could dump it. There's got to be a better way of dumping the water than this. Okay. There we go. Right. Re-equip that. Re-equip that. This away in here. Keep the scythe in case we lose it, which we very well might do given our current plan of action. Put these in here. We shouldn't need the money, so we'll leave it behind. Everything else I would like to keep on us. There we go. Blood bank. Well, blood bag is empty. Everything is off that needs to be off. Both refineries are running. They will get us materials. We need to go collect the rest of the materials we need. We'll do a quick bit of repair work on this. We're not going to take this with us. This might be a mistake. We'll see. See what I mean by the doors are a bit derpy? I've had them open with my back to them. I don't know what triggers them to open exactly, but I've as often been stuck on one side of the door when it's closed in my face as I have been able to walk through it. They are weird. Okay. I am gonna bring with me that'd be a bad idea. How much do you weigh? You only weigh 3. Okay, we'll bring this with us. Just in case we need the extra storage space. We shouldn't do. We know what we want and we know where we're getting it from. Seeing worm sign anywhere. Alright, let's see if this is doable. Easy there. Hey, we can tolerate heat level 4 now. Interesting, you're close enough that I could probably go explore or poke a nose around you. At least drive around it. I wouldn't want to spend any time on it though, and we have just disturbed the worms. I'm near enough that I'm fairly sure I can make it back if one appears. And I'm right next to my bike. But if one comes wandering all along, damn it, take all. Get on the build. Go. It shouldn't ignore that. It should head towards it to eat it. What did we get out of that? Bunch of spice. Ah, so we can actually get some hull parts. Ship's manifest. Did somebody else disturb one? Or is that one the one going for that? That one is heading this direction by the looks of it. Is it? There it is. Detailed records useful information, convert trade routes and spice shipments. I assume it's a sellable? Something we can sell for a bunch of money? So we can get spice from it, we can get materials from them. The problem is they normally fall so far into open sands that I am very, very reluctant to go out and get it. I'm not entirely sure how effective what's it called? Or how effective landing nearby with a Ornithopter would be.
Welcome back. What'll it be?
No. Detailed records of crews. Routes. Useful for monitoring covert trade routes and spaceships. There's got to be someone that will buy that off us for a lot. I can't imagine there's an item we can craft with it. That makes no sense. Sorry, I know I went quiet. Yeah, there's got to be someone that'll buy it off us. Because it doesn't make sense it being useful for crafting anything. I'm not going to jump it on here. I don't know whether one of these things can or do take damage from falls, but I'd rather not destroy this one. I've already lost one sandbike and my life at the same time to a worm. I'm not inclined to do it again, particularly one made out of a more expensive material than copper. Okay, the thing we need for the Thopter's in there. We'll have to do the area related to the main story quest. Seems like a reasonable back entrance that currently doesn't have anybody here. Am I not the first to come this way? no, it's just booby traps. Well, there's a bunch of the stuff we already need. We may not actually need to get that far into here to get everything we need from it. That is wrong. Oh, it's a light. I did pick up my vehicle, right? Yeah, which has also removed my spawn point, but that's fine. Where do I get the other material for Durasteel? Flower sand. Jasmium crystal. It is a spiky thing. That is the wrong kind of spiky thing. I think. Yeah, that's a theory crystal. So it's not available in any of the areas we have access to yet, which makes sense. Means it's going to be down here. Okay.
There's someone here.
Indeed there is.
Found it!
Sniper rifles are poisonous. Apparently they can pass through my shield. That is a good problem to know about. Oh, there was an explosive up here. Pick our poison. Which one do we want to go to first? Let's go over here and that way. Just marking the objective, it doesn't tell us which one they are. That being the case, since we are now doing the main story quest, let's track it. Chosen of Fire, Body and Tooth. The venerated carcass of the dead sandworm. Madness at its best. Heresy at its worst. What could be their motive in all this? I'm going to need more information if I am to file a complete report with the Cividia governor. I want you to investigate further, to see what you can discover about their actions and motives. Let's, since that quest chain is for here, track it. Oh. There's our dead sandworm. there's a lot of nasties. We can pull some of them away, but let's work our way around the edge first. First target's somewhere over there. I am surprised they have no one guarding the front door. Is that the back end of the sandbar? That was fairly nearby. I'd like to get a better aerial view of that thing. Say what now? Oh, right. I had slightly misinterpreted the map. I thought I was already at the top. We're down there next. Someone is nearby and has seen me. Okay.
Someone's here. Someone here.
You people with guns.
Infidel!
Identify yourself.
Well, that went better than I was expecting it to. Give me your blood. We need so much water now that we're processing aluminium. Like ungodly amounts of water, you wouldn't believe. There's got to be some sort of loot chest around here. I refuse to believe that there is not a loot chest. There's a basic kind of loot chest. Still has the stuff we need in it, but I was hoping for a bigger one. There's someone being shot by a sniper. Maybe I'm not the only person here. Nope, we can hear them.
Who's that?
Wherever that sniper is, it's definitely shooting at me.
On your knees, dog!
You're behind the wall.
Invader!
There you are.
Tyrant worm! Bless this weapon!
Your weapon's not going to do you much good against a knife, mate. I am a little disappointed with the amount of loot in this area. Never mind. 4 more areas to go. Including one that's down here. How are you not dead yet? Do you know how annoying it is to try and kill you with a gun while I've got someone with a sword after me? That's better. A little bit more loot here. Carbide scraps. That's 5. We need 7. There we go. That's the carbide scraps we need. And here's me without my scythe. That could be a problem, actually. Because we didn't fill up our tank either. I imagine touching the worm is instant death. But I do kind of want to fly into the worm. I want to see if he can get into its belly.
For the tyrant worm! A sinner! Someone here!
Identify yourself.
Ooh, it's a bigger guy. Did I stab you? We did stab you.
Shields up!
Okay. That's not enough diamantine dust. We need you to give me more diamantine dust, game. We're trying to build an Ornithopter. We need at least 14 of the stuff. Where are all your loot chests? Where are your valuable loot chests? Don't make me go buy this stuff. I mean, I can afford it. I just don't wanna. Suppose we could always try the congregation, but I don't think they're gonna have any actual loot on them.
someone. There's someone here. Someone's here. Eyes on target.
You know, there's a bunch more dudes that are fairly nearby here, so I'm just trying to be mindful of that. One more, and then we fill our blood bags. Over there was the congregation. We'll kill them on the way out. And hope that there's sufficient enough resources in here for our needs. Kill the chosen. Ah, this quest wants us to go this way. We've claimed the Pentashield codes. Oh, unless they were actually... No, because it wouldn't allow us to leave if what we were looking for was an object. It would have required us to interact with the object. This is the object it probably needed us to get. Looking sniper.
I require assistance.
You are not the sniper, I don't think. Damn it. It's a bunch of the stuff. Oh, for fuck's sake, game. I wasn't running. Give me back my stamina. They knocked me out of my stunned attack. And you just entirely ignored my ability. Will you die now, please? Thank you. No, permanently, please. Thank you. Irritating buggers. They're fine on their own, but the second they have any kind of backup... We do actually have some bandages. Okay.
I see someone.
Okay, so I can two-hit kill you if I have already killed someone else.
Shield on.
Oh, my people, my sisters, my brothers. Long has the sun of Arrakis blazed across the desert sands. Long has it burned upon the minds of all that labor under its dominion. Long have the winds of the Coriolis swept across the mountains and valleys. So too have they swept through uncounted minds, scouring the truth of history from 1,000 generations of memory. Through all and beyond time itself, one has presided. One who marks not the movement of stars. One whose command of power is infinite. Whose knowledge is fathomless. But yet
They're slaughtering people. Vagrants and outcasts at this point, but their recruiters have been reported in many settlements. We cannot let this madness spread among the more useful members of the populace. Given what you've discovered, I'm sure Cyrilla Governor will soon be ordering an extermination. I am authorizing you to make a start on that. Kill some of the fanatics and report back to me so that they can include some analysis of their combat reports. Find a Chris knife or a Chris knife part. Ooh, are we finally getting our tooth? We've been able to make a Chris knife for a long time. Did I get both of these? I did not. No, I did. Okay.
In direction, Shai Hulud is unwavering. In judgment,
oh, I suppose this is a giant sandworm. If we wanted a tooth, this would be a place to get it.
In authority, absolute. We must
The Chris knife is so, or has such a high damage. You get access to it here as iron products, but you need a worm tooth. But it does 191 damage. Versus, if we go for aluminium dagger of this tier, 30. The dagger I have is 30 something because it's a unique one. I've got to imagine that the dagger's fragile. Actually, before you can snipe me.
Who goes there?
Don't mind us, lady. Okay, there is another sniper somewhere shooting at us. So that skill is a little bit misleading. You can quickly be catalyzed to remove from your system. Furthermore, attempting to poison you will not succeed, providing you have enough stamina to fuel the process. But it doesn't run when I'm poisoned. Where are you, sniper?
Shields up!
Seriously? Knock it off. I'm trying to have a sword fight here.
I got you!
Taking pot shots at me while I'm trying to have a duel. No honor whatsoever. Says the dude sneaking around and stabbing people in the back. Broken Chris knife. I'll have that. It's just a way out. Hey, now we have enough dynamite. Need to learn it to see exactly how good it is or is not. What do I not mind dropping? We have so much spiced food. Enter the contemplation chamber.
I knew that you would come. I saw you in my dreams. Even my loyal lieutenants were unable to keep you at bay. And for what? I did everything that they asked of me. Find the Fremen. There were no Fremen to find. So I did the next best thing. I created new Fremen. Better Fremen. My Mas Karet. Still, it is never enough. I'm tired of being afraid. Tired of the voices that they put in my head. Please, let us end this. One way or another.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This build might be a little bit too effective if used correctly.
Heavens stand open and scatter their riches. My hands need but gather their will. Why do I think of an ambush and poison in my molten cup? Why do I feel my years? Love's arms beckon with their naked delights, and Eden's promises of ecstasies. Why do I remember the scars, dream of old transgressions? And why do I sleep with fears?
V again. Slight spoiler territory coming up, because I'm going to muse over something story related, so if you want to mute, you've got 5 seconds. Shouldn't be a minute. So what's curious is that the two people we've been sent to assassinate both have the same kind of tattoos on them that we do. The difference, though, is that our tattoo is of a 6, V or V1, whereas
Sector weather alert. A large
these have been
sandstorm
5.
is approaching.
Both of them have been 5. I was kind of expecting her to have 4, or the last person that we killed have 4. So it's weird they're both 5 and ours is 6. Maybe it's a batch thing? I don't know. It is clearly important, though. Okay, well, we're sheltered. We don't need to worry about the coming storm. Did check over here, didn't I? And there wasn't anything. In fact, we're enclosed. We're one better than sheltered. They've all respawned. Our inventory is full. That's dropped it on the floor. That's annoying. I need something I can get rid of. I was not gone long enough for you to respawn. I suppose the ammo is the thing that I should throw away first. I don't suppose the loot box has respawned, has it? That would be mighty convenient if it has. Nope, I'm glad it still has the crap we left in it. Which way out do I want to go? We can go out the back, or we can always just run out the front. We have all the bits and pieces we need from here. If we go out the back, we can collect some more aluminium on the way home. At least I think we can. There is aluminium in this area, isn't there? Ah, it's rare in this area. It's not going to be any more common over here, though. In fact, it doesn't even appear in this area. There is no aluminium here. It's all basalt. Suppose we could go the long way around? I'm hoping that we're not going to need to go into another Imperial testing facility. We don't really have the time. Let's take what we've got back. Sniper. And actually, before we get too far, this is territory a worm can bother us on. Speaking of a worm, oh look, another crashed ship. I want to see one of them get taken out. I don't know, it's like what's shooting them down. I don't trust the return trip. Because the second we hit that last slope, we're going to be slowed all the way down to about 60 kilometers an hour. It's perfectly fine going from our base to here because we can get a nice boost off that hill. But if we're going from this direction, we're basically going at whatever the max speed of this thing is for most of the trip. Well, we have better visibility on this side. I just don't trust we'll make it back up the hill if a worm decides to bother us before we even get halfway across. So I'm not going to risk it. We don't need to. This thing's fast enough. We'll just take it around over to there and across. I don't think we need to worry about that. See, if we had gone across, that worm would have been right in our path. We would have been screwed. Okay, I'm happy for this one. How does this not have more pull than the buggy? Let's not get too cocky. Okay. I'll go with most of the stuff. Oh, I didn't realize I'd actually picked up some of these. They want to go in with this lot. We barely got enough. If we need these for any of the other upgrades, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed. Unique shield. Increased durability obtained by defeating a paranoid assassin. I don't believe we got a special thing. Oh no, we did. We got the we don't have it equipped. The thing we got for beating the or killing the other assassin target was a life form scanner. The water yield is better than the base one, but it's not better than the what's it called? The Reaper? No, the Scythe. Can collapse down into an extremely small size, reducing the amount of space it occupies. Ah, right. So it's just a small one. That might be worth crafting to take around with us. Only one volume. It does mean it's taking up an inventory slot, and they're almost as valuable as the inventory weight. House Dirk, that is. We'll keep a hold of that one. We will disassemble that one. I'll have to Google what these are for. Let me do that now. Ship manifest. I'll have a DuckDuckGo. Dune. Awakening. Ship manifest. Plus... Actually, no, if we go plus Steam first, because I don't think Reddit is allowed, or this is allowed to, delivering ship manifest, you definitely need to increase the amount of points gained per delivery. There is a Flextra Life wiki, so I don't need to worry about that. Ship manifest in... Oh god, there's an AI thing, isn't there? Obtained from shipwrecks, crash from for the... And sands can be obtained from shipwrecks of only crafted in the sands of Arrakis, or purchased from. Primarily used for completing tasks for the ruling factions. During the Landsrad. So it's not something I can use, but maybe it's something I can sell to other players. Okay. Store that one. Disassemble these. You're done, the other one's still whirring. Okay, I'm happy to disassemble that now. This is just some older gear. Not quite got another stack worth of that. Keep this in here. That's a backup in the event we get eaten by a worm. And while I've seen it, let's recharge the battery, and we'll see whether or not we even have enough aluminium. I kind of wish these stairs didn't snap to the middle of these. I would like a little bit more granularity in the building system. Okay. Do we have enough power to turn you on? You're only 10. Yeah, we can turn this one on. Recycle that. Recycle that. Recycle that. Oh, aren't they in there? Ah, no, they're in there. Excellent, you're all done. Give me that, and you can go off now. But I'll probably disassemble it in a bit. Let's put this in here. Right. Body, chassis. Or hull, chassis, and cockpit. Engine generator. We actually have an engine already, so we'll make that last. Generator. 4 wings. How much are we short? 10 short. Okay, we pre-collected enough particle capacitors, that's good. Definitely don't have enough of any of the auxiliary stuff, good lord, 60. Yep, we have enough being made. Let's cancel those. Ah, of course you did. Of course you did. It yeeted them on the floor. Gotta run back and forth a bit. That's also going to have, yeah, but that may have been a mistake. Because the water wouldn't have had anywhere to go either. Thankfully, it doesn't look like we've lost much water. We need the power to turn this on. For that, we're going to need you to be done. I had a different plan for where I was going to build this thing. But during the course of recording, streaming, whichever, I had another idea. Keep a hold of them for the moment. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I was wondering if I could sit it here, but I don't think that's going to work with this here. Although that said, we might be able to do something with this idea. Problem is, I don't know how big it actually is. I'm hoping I can... This is fine. This works. Sure. I'm hoping I can fly the Ornithopter in and out in one direction, turn it around or reverse it. Yeah, I'm gonna need this. You don't need that for now. And I can put the bike inventory away. Let's keep the bike inventory in here. Actually, no, downstairs. We specifically created a location for it now. Right, so... Need to give it much power, it only needs to run for an hour. Split. One. That is a refinery. That is not the thing that I thought I was building. It just looked like the thing. That's the thing I want. Quick deposit. There we go. It'll last for an hour. Okay. Engine. how big it is with its wings out. Okay, it fits. This might be doable without needing to remove this, but I think this gas hasn't shake for a second. We count as water ceiling here. 1 second. I am going to claim my freebies. Observer foundation, observer floor. We're having trouble finding that site. Let's try again, because that could be something else. There we go. Inventory. Connect your Twitch account. Log in with Steam. I'm doing this on my laptop, so don't wait. 1 moment. Steam. Steam Guard. Yep. Yep. Push buttons. Yep, that's me. Sign in. It needs me to sign up for an actual account. You can have this email address. hotsingles.com. I'm not going to say my actual email address out loud. I agree that Funcom said no. I agree that Funcom can send me emails about no. You may not send me anything. Okay, we have a nice code here. Verify. Good, good. Ban status. No bans. Display name. Link Twitch account. Authorize. Twitch account is linked. Shame I can't link my Steam account. Steam is... That's not Steam. YouTube. YouTube is my main thing, not Twitch. That's where most of my content is. Claim, claim, claim. Okay. Foundation, floors and walls. Oh, I think I've seen them around. Okay. Let's close down all of this and go back to the game. I highly doubt that it's just given me them already. I mean, it'd be really, really cool if it could do. But I think I'm probably going to have to relog. Why does that say 3? Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna have to go back down to. Oh no, there's a claim rewards button. I probably do still need to log out and log back in again. We'll see whether or not we get them. Because maybe we'll use the new shiny floors from Twitch. Depending on what they require or what they're made with. Anything in here that we need to click? No, 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 no. It's just opening a web page. I should already be logged in. So it's not that. If they're not, then after this, I'm not going to bother trying anymore. This is as much effort as I'm going to put in to get the drops. If they appear later, they appear later. Yep, still no claim rewards. Hey, new pieces. Still made of granite, even though it looks like it's made of metal. I hear a rumbling. The problem with this is it's not going to fit in with the rest of the building. And I highly doubt that this is a connected texture. Meh. Oops. We just destroyed one at the edge. Let's hide in the shade for a second. And we want that roof, because that's the roof that acts as a floor. Want bigger windows. But even the windows in this thing is pretty damn small. It is bigger than those though. No, make that one. Curved. Match up with the other bit. Okay. We should put down the thing that this is going to be the home of. Okay. Okay. It needs a 4 wide space. So it will not fit here so long as this walkway stays here. Now, let's just match these up. Suppose you can get that one in there in the wall, please? Whoa. Was that over there? No, that's just... How was that one? That sounded nearby. Although, to be fair, it didn't sound directly nearby. I've had one blow up. Literally past the thing down there, so where my cursor is at the minute. That was bloody loud. That was a real loud bang. Okay. Move. That way, so it lines up. What's the difference between that and that? Oh! I didn't realize that. There's 2 of these. One of them is specifically supposed to go in the middle. There we go. Now the roof is properly supported. I'm not going to be able to pick you up and move you from there. I'm going to need to manually move you. Or disassemble you. Oh, that's the outer face. Wrong way round. Try again. It's only just gonna fit in here. I may have to rethink about the entire thing. At a later date. I think I can get it to fit. Do we not have the power? We don't have a way to get downstairs and we didn't turn this off. Let's turn this off. Oh, these are both done as well now. Let's collect the remaining aluminium. Put it away. 60 something odd. 72. Great. Hatch. Okay, let's try this again. Assemble you. Put you as far forward as it will let us. There. Travel to new areas of Arcus by flying my Ornithopter to the edge of the environment and enter the overland map. Traveling will require fuel and water. Pokes out the front a little bit. It can go back a little bit further. But I think really this thing needs a 4x4 space. I mean, they may need this too high rather than half height. Can I refuel you with the small one? We can. Oh, it so only just fits. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need a bigger doorway. Will it let me re-land? The wings are technically clipping in. Okay, it fits. It's not going to take off and land here. We can clearly see the wings are clipping into the walls. I could really use some half-size blocks. Or foundations and roofs. Because this just needs to be a half block wider in all directions, and this would very snugly fit. And I like the idea of it very snugly fitting. But it does need to be at least one taller, and then we'll see whether or not we can land it without a roof, because at least that gives us an idea of the dimensions that... Okay, it did refund that when it got broken. At least it gives us an idea of what the dimensions need to be. So... get ourselves some more fuel. I'm also curious as to whether or not we have enough for... Interesting, we do. We can make the thrusters, the storage, or the scanner module. We do not have enough resources for all of them. The storage of this thing is 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 volume. I don't think this has an upgraded version later. Oh, only 500 volume. Sorry, I thought it was 1,000. Is there a... Maybe I'm confusing it for one of the later ones. The buggy storage is still the most optimal thing for just sheer haulage. Assault Ornithopter storage. Assault Ornithopter has 1,000, but that's also a bigger Ornithopter. And then the carrier will have a much, much bigger one. The one thing I don't know about the carrier Ornithopter, the wording of it makes me think... Oh, the carrier Ornithopter doesn't actually have a storage unit. Chassis... 6 seats, 1 utility slot. Side hull, armor, tail. My assumption is that the carrier Ornithopter is specifically designed to carry the sandcrawler. But it doesn't say anywhere in like these that that's what it's for. Just that pilot, 5 passengers, welding torch, starting point and assembly vehicle framework, all the components. Starting point for assembly. Defines the acceleration and speed of the sandcrawler. The vacuum. PSU. I've got to assume, just because of the way that stuff in the lore works, that this is supposed to carry this. And that's the reason why this does not have any cargo capacity at all. But it doesn't look like the Scout Ornithopter gets a better storage container. At least not unless there's one somewhere in here for it. That could be a booster. I think that might be a Ornithopter booster. Yeah, I've got to assume that's a booster. This place is sealed. I don't think that's coming our way. Yeah, no. Okay, let me grab another battery. drops off. It has twice the storage of the bike. Which is going to be more useful? It only has 10 item slots. I mean, until I have the assault Ornithopter, then this is going to be better just for mission running. Although there is something else I need to check. We haven't... our bike is still downstairs, isn't it? Okay. The Ornithopter is storable. Because this thing is not. Its inventory is empty. Vehicle cannot be stored. Doesn't say why. Okay, that's good. I think in that case we'll put the thrusters on it initially, because we can vacuum this up despite the fact that it's actually bigger, smaller. Can we find a place to put it back down again? Yeah, we're not going to be able to put it down in here. We can pick it up at least. So that's good to know. I'm going to buy the thruster for it. The main thing that we need it for in the moment is... I know, we need it this one, don't we? Yeah, that one. At least to work with what we got here. I'll probably, now that I have a better idea of the size of things, I'll probably entirely redesign the base. And now I'll also look up how we're supposed to get different tile sets, because I would like other more varied tile sets. Come on. Why? Why you be like this? Oh, that's why. Because no wall. We want to put a wall. Oh, we had it for a second. No. I need that attached to there. Okay, maybe we need... Let's try... see if we can manipulate this to do what I want it to do. If I build that there, you now have something to attach the wall to. No? No. Is it because the foundation is there? It might be because of the foundation. There we go. That's silly. I should be able to attach the walls to the outside of foundations, particularly if I then need to, or then have to attach a stairway to it. Now, if I build that there, and I build that there, that will let us build these stairs. Or not. Roof. There are always ways to manipulate it. Get it to do what you want it to do. To behave itself. Okay. I can't destroy this yet. Can I remove that wall? And put the foundation there. With that gone, can I destroy that without destroying the stairs? Can I put the foundation there? It looked like you tried for a second. Not with the roof in place. They snap in the middle. That one snaps in the corner. You now support these. Now I can put the foundation down here. And now we can demolish that. Now we just need to put these things back in where they were. Ah, it won't let us because the stairs are in the way. Ah, no, that's the wrong type. There we go. You go that. Ooh, are you blocked by that or are you blocked by something else? Ah, it's blocking the stairs. Half height, half size stairs, half height, or half size everything, please, devs. I can't have these stairs here because I can't put the foundations down. Really, these stairs can't go here, they need to go there. Which means that this set of stairs needs to move as well. I'll worry about it later. Just needs to make it so that we can put the Ornithopter back in. I'll have to redesign the whole thing. I'll figure it out at a later date. Okay, let's see. Refuel it. Okay, so Vulture is basically allowing it to die. Or to glide, okay. Vulture allows it to glide. So the question is whether or not we can, in fact, park this thing. In this space, in reverse. Yes, it's not pretty, but it works. And if you want to let it take off, we can just go forward. So we can do a half-height roof, and that will give us enough vertical space to get in and out. It does need to be wider by 1 and longer by 1. But it works. Let's get ourselves a little bit of extra water. Let me park this forward. Maybe it'll be easier to park it forward. It is sheltered in base, even though the back end is poking out. Okay. Let us drink. Make sure our container is full. Let's put these back. Nice, back close enough to where they were. Let's make a bank run. We don't quite have another stack. I would have preferred to wait till we have 4 stacks, but I'd like to know how long it's going to take us to get. Or what the resource cost is to get there and back. Trade post. One of these tells us baggers in the treasure hold slabs if we need them. Taxation. One of these does tell me which way I need to fly in order to get to what's it called? One of the homes. Known universe. Landmarks. Manual of the Friendly Desert. How do I go back? Okay. Great schools, the land's rad. Any Jesuits. House of Atreides. Now, this is more just information about them rather than which direction we need to go to get to them. We actually, I didn't realize that. We have built our base more or less directly in the middle of the map. We are not far off direct center. We're a little bit further westward. I think this may actually be more closer to the center. Yeah, there's the 2 edges. Okay. Let's go for a flight. We got the thing done that we wanted to get done. Scrape the thing as we're going out. Oh, hang on a second. I just remembered, rather. We were going to make it a booster. Curious of the temperature outside. It was 29 degrees at reached today, 27 at the minute. It's not got much cooler. My AC has been doing its job. It helps the fact that I've also sealed this room. It is hermetically sealed. Well, not quite. But very little air can make it into here that isn't being pulled in through the window, so at the very least it's not heating the house by keeping this place cool. Okay, let's attach the thrusters. Thrusters go there. One assumes the cargo pods go there as well. And the scanner must go on the tail. Let's head directly west. Are in fact climbing. It's a whole lot of nothing. Okay, this is the way to fly. We're going twice as fast. We're not losing much in the way of altitude either. Do we have enough speed to make it over? So yeah, you go as high as you can and you enable vulture mode is the way that you want to be flying these. There's the edge of the map. Are you sure we want to travel to work map? Yes. Overland map. The overland map is the way which players move between areas on Arrakis. Visually, it is a representation of the entire northern hemisphere of Arrakis. It is a multiplayer map where players can see other players moving about. Movement on the overland map costs fuel. Time on the overland map costs water. Oh, I see. What over here? Water deposits, fuel deposits, fuel deposits. Where is how much water and press M to track a new location? Oh, there's our water and fuel. Okay, the deep desert's up here. This map isn't well suited for multi-monitor. We're locked to go any further this way, so that's all the way over there. Water deposits. There's Arakeen. Where is... Is it all the way down here? Arco Village. Where are we? We are here. Oh, there's a bigger one. Harco Village we actually have a main quest for. Track location. How is it tracked? Okay, it's tracked like that. Okay, and that refills our water steadily while we're hovering over the top of it. So we can get 3 fuel as we're doing this. I clicked. Over here, please. Over here, please. Oh, I see. We actually land as well. We'll visit the bank and then we'll call it a stream. Construct a scout Ornithopter. Visit all trade posts in Higgs Base. Okay. I did mention taxes earlier. That over there is the bank. This over here, you're looking for the symbol. Run down the corridor to the dude at the end, you pay your taxes over there. For your sub-thief.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
Let me deposit my money,
How much
please.
Solaris would you like to deposit?
I am depositing explicitly in... Oh, can I only... 150000. It didn't let me do that a second ago. There we go. Right. We shall call it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again. Let me mute that. We'll be back again on Thursday, where we'll be continuing Tuesday, sorry, from 2 p.m. BST onwards. We'll be continuing our playthrough of Captains of Industry. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.